Welcome to Terrified Tales, where things are about to get unsettling. Before we dive deeper into the darkness, make sure to like and subscribe. Let us know where you're listening from and what time it is. Are you brave enough to be here at night? Now, relax and let the fear take hold. Story 1. Clara had always been the curious sort, though her curiosity often led her to places she would later regret. It was the summer of her 15th year, and the oppressive heat seemed to draw all the noise from the world, leaving only a lingering hum in the air. The cicadas outside her window buzzed incessantly, a chorus that never ceased, as if the world itself were caught in a rhythm of unease. In the small town she called home, there were few distractions and fewer things to fear. The biggest concern on her mind that afternoon was what to do with the hours of daylight ahead. Her mother, distracted by the humdrum of her own life, had slipped into a habit of distant neglect. She'd been growing quieter over the past year, distracted, lost in thought, her grief often hanging in the air like a fog that Clara couldn't escape. It was the loss of her father, of course. Clara had seen the way her mother's eyes wandered, sometimes as if searching for him in places he could never be. And yet, that was not what kept Clara awake at night. It wasn't the ghost of a father lost. It was the strange, empty space inside herself, the one that seemed to grow wider each day. The hum of the cicadas grew louder as Clara stood at her window, staring down at the cracked sidewalk below. She was dressed in an old t-shirt, one of her father's, and her sneakers, scuffed from long summer days. Her heart yearned for something, an escape, something that could crack open the monotony of her life and pull her away from the weight of it all. The idea of adventure, of breaking free from the world that kept her tethered to sorrow, felt intoxicating. The outside world beckoned her. She left the house without a word, slipping out the back door. The air was thick with the scent of summer, burnt grass, faint mildew from a forgotten shed, and a salty, distant tang of the nearby ocean. She made her way down the narrow street, each footfall muffled by the humidity pressing down on the ground, and soon the distant sounds of her small town faded into the background. As Clara reached the corner of Maple and Birch, she heard a car idle nearby, a low rumble that sent a strange shiver down her spine. She didn't think much of it. Cars passed through this part of town all the time. But then, just as she turned her gaze toward the street, she saw him. A man, tall, with unkempt, dark hair and a jacket that seemed out of place for such a hot day. He stood with his back against an old, rusted car, his posture casual, but his eyes locked onto her as though he'd been waiting for her, as though she were the only thing in the world. Clara's breath hitched in her chest. For a moment she thought about turning back, but the impulse to escape, to be somewhere else, pushed her forward. She continued down the street, forcing herself to look away from the stranger, but she couldn't shake the sensation that his gaze remained fixed on her, heavy and unyielding. The street felt strangely silent, save for the rhythmic hum of the cicadas. She could still feel his eyes on her, even as she walked further away. The town, a sleepy place that felt as though time had forgotten it, held a certain stillness. A calm so quiet it was almost suffocating. Clara had wandered its streets 1,000 times, yet each day felt a little more alien. The houses, cracked, paint peeling away from their faded exteriors, overgrown gardens choked with weeds, seemed to watch her as though they knew the secrets she was trying to outrun. In truth, there was little in her life that could be called extraordinary. She was a typical teenage girl, caught between childhood and adulthood, trying to make sense of a world that often seemed too heavy to understand. Yet there was something stirring inside her, a restlessness she could not shake. It was a typical Sunday afternoon, the kind of day where the air clung to your skin, thick with the heat of the season, and every footstep echoed with the hollow knowledge that nothing was ever going to change. Nothing, except for the faint whispers that kept creeping into her thoughts. The whispers that had started in the last few weeks, barely audible at first, but growing louder every day. At night, they would creep in when she was trying to sleep. Those disembodied voices, always just out of reach, and the sensation of being watched. It was becoming harder to ignore them. She had reached the corner of the street, the one just past her house, where the old oak tree stood like a sentinel, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch forever across the pavement. The stranger, the man she had noticed earlier, was still there, leaning against his car, looking for all the world as though he were part of the scenery. But something about him made Clara uneasy, and she wasn't sure why. He wasn't an older man, not by much, but there was an unsettling quality to him. His eyes, dark and piercing, like two black holes that seemed to draw in every sliver of light. His gaze followed Clara as she passed by, too steady, too fixed, like a predator studying its prey. For a moment, she felt the urge to turn around, to confront him, but her feet kept moving, taking her farther down the street, farther away from the warmth of her home and the safety of the familiar. The heat pressed down on her, a weight she could not escape. She could feel the sweat beginning to bead on her brow, and she wiped it away with the back of her hand. Her legs ached from the long walk, but there was a strange pull to the town, something beyond the tangible, something she couldn't quite place. Perhaps it was the way the buildings seemed to sag, tired and resigned, as if they too were waiting for something. Or maybe it was the quiet that hung in the air, broken only by the occasional chirp of a bird or the distant thrum of a car engine. She wasn't sure where she was going, but the farther she walked, the more the town seemed to change. The houses became fewer, their yards wilder, overtaken by tall grasses and shrubs that seemed to grow unnaturally fast, as though something was feeding off the land, draining it of its life. The sidewalks began to crack more severely, as though something beneath was pushing up from the earth. The sun beat down on her relentlessly, casting everything in an orange, almost surreal glow. She passed a familiar park, the one with the old stone fountain where she used to play when she was younger, and noticed that it, too, looked different. The water in the fountain had a strange, murky quality to it, and the benches that lined the pathways were empty, as though no one had sat there in years. Clara's mind wandered back to the whispers that had started to plague her thoughts. They were getting louder now, sharper. She could feel them on the edge of her hearing like distant echoes in a cave. It wasn't until she reached the edge of town, the last stretch of road before the woods began, that she allowed herself to stop. She needed a moment to catch her breath, to push away the feeling of being followed. For some reason, that man, the one by the car, had been on her mind since she'd seen him. It wasn't his appearance, though there was something disconcerting about the way he stood, but the way he looked at her. There was something in his gaze that made her feel exposed, like he could see right through her. And the way he'd watched her walk away. Shaking the thoughts from her head, Clara began walking back, retracing her steps. She wanted to go home. She wasn't sure what had drawn her this far into town, or what she'd been expecting, but she was certain she didn't want to be out here anymore. As she neared the edge of the park again, she stopped. The feeling had returned, that creeping sensation of being watched. Slowly, she turned her head. There, standing in the distance, was the same figure, still leaning against the same rusted car. His eyes were locked onto her, and this time she felt it deep in her chest, that cold, heavy weight that filled her with dread. Clara swallowed hard, forcing herself to breathe, to think. She knew she needed to turn away, to walk fast, to escape, but her legs felt rooted to the ground. It wasn't just the way he looked at her. No, it was something else, something more primal. There was something wrong about him. The shadows seemed to lengthen around him, even though the sun was still high in the sky, and his presence felt like a distortion in the world around her. For a moment, it was as if the world itself had stopped. The air grew thick and still, and the hum of the cicadas, the ever-present buzz of the town, seemed to fade, replaced by an unnatural silence. Clara's pulse quickened, her heart thudding in her chest. Her legs finally moved again. She turned on her heel and began walking away, this time with more urgency, though she didn't dare look back. She walked faster now, the sounds of her sneakers hitting the pavement filling the empty space around her. The heat didn't seem as oppressive anymore, and she could feel the sweat beginning to cool on her skin, though the hair on the back of her neck stood on end. Every step felt like a battle against something unseen, something waiting just beyond the corner of her eye. The town had grown quiet once again, the distant sound of the cicadas humming in the background, but this time it didn't feel like comfort. The quiet was thick, suffocating. Clara's mind raced with thoughts she couldn't make sense of. She had to get home. She needed to feel the safety of her room, the familiar weight of the covers, the sound of her mother's breathing. In the next room, as she neared the last block before her house, she saw something. A car parked just outside her street, its engine running. Her stomach dropped, and the breath caught in her throat. It was the same car from earlier, the one the man had been leaning against. The air felt suddenly colder, though the sun still blazed in the sky. Clara quickened her pace, though now she felt it. Something was wrong. Something was waiting for her, and it wasn't just in the shadows. Clara's heart raced in her chest as she approached her house, her breath coming in short, sharp bursts. She had to tell herself to slow down, to breathe, but the terror that had begun to knot her stomach was a persistent companion, tightening with each step. The car, still parked just outside the entrance to her street, seemed like a silent sentinel, watching her with cold, unblinking eyes. She couldn't shake the feeling that the stranger, Milo as she would later come to call him, was near. The air felt thicker now, the humidity oppressive, and the once familiar streets now seemed to twist into an unknown maze. Her footsteps echoed on the cracked pavement as she walked faster, eager to reach the safety of her home. With each passing moment, the feeling of being followed grew stronger. She could almost hear the faint sound of tires on the road, the soft hum of the engine that had been there before. She felt as though the car was tailing her, a predator tracking its prey. The world seemed to shrink around her, the shadows stretching long and far, eager to swallow her whole. The house loomed ahead, its dull brick facade both comforting and suffocating. The windows were shut tight, curtains drawn to block out the outside world. Clara's breath caught in her throat as she neared the front door. It was open, just a sliver, as though someone had left it ajar, waiting for her return. Her mother was at home, right? She had to be. Clara swallowed hard and pushed the door open the rest of the way, stepping inside. The house felt unusually quiet, as though the walls themselves were holding their breath. The familiar smell of stale coffee and laundry detergent lingered in the air. But something was off. It wasn't just the silence. It was the way the silence seemed to press in on her, closing her in on all sides. The house had always felt like a refuge from the outside world, a place of safety where she could hide from her worries. But today, it felt more like a trap. Clara's eyes scanned the living room, half expecting to see her mother sitting on the couch, lost in a book or caught up in one of her long, winding phone calls. But there was no sign of her. The room was empty, save for the flickering television, the hum of the static filling the space. Clara hesitated, her instincts screaming at her to leave, to run, to get out of the house, but she forced herself to move forward. She needed to find her mother. She needed to make sure she was okay. The kitchen was equally deserted, the sink piled high with dishes that had been left to dry. There was a note on the counter, the handwriting slanted and hasty, as though written in a rush. Gone for a walk. Back soon. Don't wait up. Love, Mom. Clara crumpled the note in her hand, frustration boiling up inside her. This wasn't the time for her mother to go wandering off. Not when there was something out there. Something that had been watching her for days now. The thought of Milo's unblinking eyes, the way he had followed her down the street, made her skin crawl. It was as if he had been waiting for her, as if he knew exactly when to appear, exactly where to find her. She could feel him now, still out there, watching her every move. Her eyes darted to the clock on the wall. It was late, too late for a walk, too late for her mother to just vanish. But then, her mother had been acting strangely for weeks now, almost as though something was pulling her away from Clara. Something invisible, something dark. The grief of losing her father had weighed heavily on her, and Clara knew she had been slipping away bit by bit, retreating into herself as if trying to outrun the pain. But this felt different. This wasn't just grief. There was something more to it, something sinister. Clara's mind raced, her thoughts spinning in chaotic circles. She needed to find her mother. She couldn't wait. She couldn't stay here, not with the suffocating silence pressing in on her from all sides. The walls of the house seemed to close in around her, like a cage slowly tightening, and Clara could almost hear the soft, whispering voices again, the ones that had started when she first encountered Milo. They were getting louder now, sharper, like the wind howling through the cracks in the house. She had to get out. She had to find her. She grabbed her jacket from the back of the chair, still damp from the humidity, and hurried toward the door. Her mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, of confusion, of fear. Was her mother in danger? Was Milo behind all this? Or was something more, insidious at work? Something tied to the very bones of the house itself? As she stepped outside, the oppressive heat hit her again, the air thick and heavy, pressing down on her chest. The world felt smaller now, confined by the weight of the sky, as though the atmosphere itself was conspiring against her. Clara could hear the distant hum of a car engine, its low, almost imperceptible rumble, and she froze in her tracks. No, she thought, not again. She turned around quickly, searching the street for any sign of movement. The streetlights cast long shadows that stretched across the pavement, the eerie silence hanging in the air. The car was still there, parked just a few houses down, as if it had been waiting for her to leave the safety of her home. Clara's heart skipped a beat. The car. It wasn't just a random vehicle. It was the same car, the same dark vehicle that Milo had been leaning against earlier, watching her. The same man was out there somewhere, watching her every move. The world felt like it was closing in on her. Clara didn't know what to do. She felt trapped, caught in a web she couldn't see, with no way out. She had to keep moving, had to keep searching for her mother, but every step she took felt like a step closer to something she couldn't escape. The shadows grew longer, stretching across the street like reaching hands, and the night began to settle in. In the distance, she thought she saw something moving, just a flicker at the edge of her vision. She stopped dead in her tracks, her heart pounding in her chest. Her breath came in ragged gasps, her pulse quickening. She turned her head, but when she looked back, there was nothing there. Only the stillness of the night, the soft rustling of leaves in the wind. The car, however, was still there. Clara took a deep breath and forced herself to keep walking. She had no choice. She had to find her mother, no matter what it took. The house felt like a distant memory now, a place she could no longer trust, a place that held too many unanswered questions. The deeper she wandered into the night, the more oppressive the air became. It wasn't just the heat, it was something else, something darker. And then, As she turned the corner, she saw it. At the end of the street, there was a figure standing in the shadows. It was him, Milo. His figure loomed in the distance, barely visible in the darkness, but Clara could feel his presence. She could feel those eyes on her again, the eyes that had haunted her since the moment they first met. The weight of them. The knowing, terrible weight. Her breath caught in her throat. He wasn't just watching her, he was waiting for her. The air felt thick with dread as Clara stood frozen in place. Her feet refused to move, as though the ground itself was holding her captive. Milo's figure stood at the end of the street, taller now in the deepening shadows, his presence almost too solid, as if it was pressing against the fabric of reality itself. Clara's heartbeat thudded in her chest, and for a moment she wasn't sure if she was still breathing. She could feel the oppressive silence hanging over her, making the world seem as though it had been reduced to just this, her, the street, and him. Everything else had faded away, leaving only that terrible, unrelenting gaze that seemed to pierce through her skin, straight into her soul. The shadows around him seemed to stretch and twist. Not natural shadows, but like something else. Something darker. Clara's instinct screamed at her to run, to flee back to the safety of her house, but her legs refused to cooperate. Her feet were heavy, weighted with something beyond fear. She couldn't look away from him, couldn't bring herself to break the hold his gaze had on her. For a moment, the world seemed to spin. The faint hum of cicadas, the distant sounds of the town, everything faded, leaving only the feeling of suffocating silence. Clara's mind felt foggy, clouded by fear and confusion. Why was he here, she thought. She had thought about him, Milo, the man who had been watching her for days now. But this felt different. This wasn't just an encounter. It was something far darker, far more sinister. He was waiting for something. Clara's fingers trembled, and she clenched them into fists, trying to ground herself in the reality of the moment. She forced herself to breathe deeply, the air feeling thick and heavy in her lungs, as if the very atmosphere was working against her. He's not real, she thought desperately. This is just in my head, just a bad dream. But the cold, unrelenting fear in her chest told her otherwise. Milo didn't move at first. He simply stood there, his eyes fixed on hers with unnerving intensity. His posture was too casual for someone standing in the middle of a dark, empty street at this hour. His clothes, tattered, worn, seemed to fade into the night, as if his presence was somehow melding with the shadows, becoming part of the very fabric of the street itself. The longer Clara stared at him, the more his form seemed to distort, as though the very air around him was bending to accommodate his presence. It was subtle at first, almost imperceptible. But then the flickering shadows seemed to shift in ways they shouldn't have, creeping in unnatural directions, twisting, as if they were alive. Clara swallowed hard, trying to steady herself, but the words came out before she could stop them. What do you want? The question came out ragged, more a gasp than a statement, but it hung in the air like a challenge, daring him to answer. Milo didn't move. His smile, if it could be called that, stretched unnervingly across his face. It was a thin, almost cruel expression, the kind of smile someone wears when they know something you don't, something terrible. It was a smile that didn't belong on a human face. It was something else. You already know what I want, he said, his voice low and melodic, with a strange lilt, as though he was savoring the words before they escaped his lips. Clara's blood ran cold, the weight of his words settling like lead in her stomach. She wanted to scream, to run, but her body remained paralyzed. She could feel the familiar tremors beginning in her hands, the shaking of her legs as though they were no longer her own. The town felt smaller now, suffocating, as if the entire world were closing in around her. and she was the last person left standing in a place that no longer made sense. "You've been looking for answers, haven't you?" Milo continued, his voice winding around her like a serpent. "Seeking the truth, searching for something to hold on to. But sometimes, Clara, the truth is far worse than the questions." Clara's breath quickened. What did he mean? She thought, her mind racing with confusion. What truth? What questions? Her thoughts spun in a chaotic whirlpool, every attempt to make sense of what was happening only pulling her deeper into the abyss. He took a slow step toward her, his movements deliberate, as if savoring each moment. Clara's pulse thundered in her ears. She wanted to run, wanted to turn and flee back to the safety of her house. But the world had narrowed to just him and her. His presence filled every corner of her vision, and she felt herself drawn to him, not in a way that made sense, but in a way that made her bones ache, her chest tighten. His eyes never left hers. They were dark, darker than the night itself, black pools that seemed to pull her in deeper, like quicksand, dragging her into something far more terrible than she could comprehend. She had seen eyes like that before. In the mirror, a voice whispered inside her head, a reflection, a darkness that seemed to haunt her even when she was alone. The voice was familiar, too familiar. No, Clara thought, shaking her head, this isn't happening. This isn't real. But even as she thought it, the reality of it, his presence, the weight of his stare, was undeniable. "Who are you?" Clara finally managed to whisper, the words like ash in her mouth. She could feel them burn on her tongue. It felt as if she were being slowly suffocated, like every breath she took was weighted with an invisible force. Milo's lips curled into a grin, an expression that seemed far too wide for his face. It stretched, impossibly, revealing sharp, jagged teeth that seemed to gleam in the moonlight. It was the first time Clara had noticed them, and the sight made her skin crawl. "Ah, Clara, Clara." He sighed, almost mockingly, as though the question had bored him. "I am everything you've been searching for. I am the one that has always been with you, whether you saw me or not. I am the dark beneath the surface, the shadow that whispers your name. I've always been there." Clara's chest tightened, her breath catching in her throat. What is he talking about? The words seemed nonsensical, but there was something so wrong about the way he said them. It was as if she should know, as if some part of her mind was already familiar with this figure, this presence, this voice. "Why now?" she managed, her voice trembling despite herself. "Why are you doing this now?" Milo tilted his head slightly as though considering her question. His smile never wavered. "Because you're ready now," he said softly. "You've always been ready. You've just never allowed yourself to see it. But that's changing. The truth is coming, Clara, and there's no escape." Clara's mind reeled. The air felt thin, like she was suffocating, and the shadows around Milo seemed to grow even darker, curling in on themselves like tendrils of smoke. The oppressive heat was back, suffocating, but it wasn't just the weather. It was something more, something much darker, more pervasive, filling her lungs, choking her with every breath. "There's no escape." The words echoed in her mind, and Clara felt the ground beneath her feet begin to tremble, just slightly at first, but enough to make her knees shake. She swayed, almost as though the earth was moving with a purpose, its motions deliberate, as though it were trying to pull her down, to drag her into the depths of some unseen abyss. The whispering began again, this time louder, more urgent. A chorus of voices that seemed to rise from the very ground, from the air itself. It was as if the world around her had come alive, its edges warping, distorting, as though it were being shaped by the presence standing before her. The whispers weren't just distant voices, they were her own thoughts, twisted and distorted, as though the world was unraveling itself, thread by thread. Milo took another slow step forward, his grin widening, and for the first time, Clara felt the full weight of his presence. The shadows around him seemed to reach for her, dragging her toward him, pulling her in like an invisible force that refused to let go. "Are you ready, Clara?" Milo asked, his voice soft now, a whisper meant only for her ears. "Are you ready to face the truth?" Clara didn't have an answer. She didn't have the strength to speak. The world around her seemed to fade to black. Clara's heart hammered against her ribs, each beat a deafening echo in the quiet, suffocating darkness. She had never felt such a profound weight on her chest before, as if every breath was a struggle against an invisible force pushing down on her, crushing her spirit. Her legs felt like they were made of lead, incapable of moving, incapable of escaping. The shadows around Milo seemed to stretch and sway, warping in the dim light, pulling and twisting in unnatural ways. It was as though the world itself was bending to him, bending to his will. Her mind was a swirling mass of confusion, terror, and disbelief. The whispers, too, had returned, louder now, more insistent. They echoed in her ears, a cacophony of voices that seemed to rise up from the very earth beneath her feet. Each whisper was a thread pulling her deeper into a void, unraveling her thoughts one by one. There was something ancient, something old and wrong in the way they sounded. A distortion of time and space, as if the very fabric of reality was warping around her. "Are you ready to see the truth, Clara?" Milo's voice slithered through the air, soft but insidious, like poison dripping slowly into her ears. The question hung between them, its weight pressing down on her like an invisible hand. The truth is always there, hidden beneath the surface. It waits for those who are willing to face it. Clara shook her head, trying to clear the fog that clouded her mind. No, this isn't real. This can't be happening. But the more she tried to pull herself back from the edge of insanity, the more the shadows seemed to pull her in. She could feel them wrapping around her, enclosing her in a cold, suffocating embrace. The ground beneath her feet felt unstable, as though it were shifting, threatening to swallow her whole. She wanted to scream, to run, but the words stuck in her throat, strangled by the weight of fear. Her body refused to obey her, as though she were trapped in someone else's nightmare. This isn't just fear, she realized with a sickening jolt. This is something worse. This is a force that is beyond my control. It was as if she were caught in a dream, a nightmare that she couldn't wake from, and every attempt to resist only drew her deeper into the abyss. Milo stepped forward, and Clara instinctively took a step back, though her legs trembled under her weight. She was caught between the desperate need to flee and the magnetic pull of his presence. His eyes, black as voids, locked onto hers with an intensity that sent a chill down her spine. Those eyes were too knowing, too all-encompassing. It was as though they could see into the very heart of her, into every fear, every regret, every part of her soul that she had buried and tried to forget. "You've always known, Clara," continued, his voice almost soothing now, like a lullaby woven with venom. "You've always known that you are not alone, that something has been watching you, waiting for you, waiting for this moment." Clara's chest tightened, her breath shallow and ragged. Her pulse roared in her ears, drowning out everything else. But she could still hear him, still feel the weight of his presence like a pressure against her skin. "Waiting for me." Her mind raced, trying to make sense of his words. What does he mean? "You don't understand, do you?" Milo continued, his lips curling into a smile that was more predatory than human. "You think you are the victim in all of this, but you're not. You're part of it. This has always been your story, Clara." The ground shifted beneath her feet once again, and Clara stumbled, barely catching herself before falling. She felt a cold hand on her shoulder, and her blood ran cold. She whirled around, but there was nothing there. No figure, no presence, but the chill lingered, as if something had just touched her from the inside out, like a shadow crawling under her skin. "Let me show you," Milo whispered. His voice slid into her mind like oil, thick and suffocating, wrapping itself around her thoughts. "Let me show you what you've been running from." The world seemed to warp before Clara's eyes, the street around her distorting, flickering, like a broken film reel. The buildings shimmered and blurred, their shapes bending and shifting, as though they were no longer part of the real world, but something far darker, far more twisted. Clara staggered backward, her breath quickening, panic clawing at her chest as she tried to make sense of the nightmare unfolding around her. The night sky above her seemed to darken even further, the stars fading into an abyss of blackness that swallowed the light. Then, the whispering voices surged, louder now, rising in volume like a storm, crashing over her like waves. They were speaking to her, about her, their words sharp and jarring, echoing in her head. She couldn't make out their words, but she understood the meaning. They were pieces of her past, fragments of her memories, darkened by time and sorrow. There were echoes of her childhood, of her father's laughter, of moments that should have been comforting but were now twisted, distorted, replaced by something sinister. And then it hit her. The truth. She had known him before. She had always known him. Milo wasn't just some stranger from her town. He wasn't a random person who had appeared out of nowhere. He had been there all along, lurking at the edges of her life, watching her from the shadows. His presence had always been there, a constant, a dark stain on her memories that she had never been able to place, never been able to recognize. He was not some outside force. He was within her. Her body froze, her mind struggling to process the revelation. The realization tore through her like a jagged blade, slicing through her sanity. She could hear her mother's voice in the back of her mind, the words from years ago. "You're just like him, Clara. You don't see it, but you're just like him." Milo's smile widened, his sharp teeth glinting in the dim light. "Yes, Clara, you finally understand." His voice was so soft now, like a whisper in her ear, a secret meant only for her. "You've always been mine." The world around her seemed to fade even further, the edges of reality crumbling like sand slipping through her fingers. She could hear her breath, ragged and desperate, but it felt distant, as though it were someone else's. Her hands shook, and she felt dizzy, as if the ground beneath her was slipping away. She could no longer tell what was real, what was memory, and what was a shadow, a reflection of the truth that she had buried so deep within herself. What have I become? The thought clawed at her mind, gnawing away at the fragile thread of her sanity. She had never believed in the supernatural, had never thought that such things could be real. But now, standing here in the presence of Milo, she couldn't deny it. She couldn't deny the darkness that had always been a part of her bloodline, a part of something far older than she could ever comprehend. Milo stepped closer, his presence suffocating, and Clara could feel him pulling her in, his power growing stronger with every passing moment. She tried to fight it, tried to resist, but it was too late. There was no running anymore. There was no escape. She had always been his, and now there was nothing left to hide behind. The whispers in her mind grew deafening, and Clara felt herself spiraling into the darkness. The cold grip of despair and realization tightened around her, and she understood now, as Milo's presence engulfed her, that there was no going back. The truth was here, in front of her, and there was no way to outrun it. She was trapped, and Milo had won. Clara's mind was a chaotic storm, crashing against the walls of her consciousness as the shadows swirled around her, ever deepening, ever growing. Her pulse hammered in her ears, a deafening drumbeat in the suffocating silence. She felt as though she were drowning in it, drowning in him, in the suffocating knowledge that had just been thrust upon her. The air, thick and oppressive, hung heavy in her lungs, each breath a struggle against the overwhelming presence of Milo and the darkness he brought. Her body trembled violently, as if her very soul was rebelling against the reality she could no longer deny. I am a part of this, she thought again, and with the thought came the terrifying flood of recognition, the crushing realization that her life, everything she had ever known, every fleeting moment of safety, had been nothing but an illusion. She had always been his. She had been born into this, drawn to it, and there was no escaping it now. Milo's presence seemed to expand, to fill the very air around her, suffocating her, pulling her deeper into the abyss. He was everywhere. There was no light, no air, no escape. Just him. The shadows, the whispers, and the insidious knowing that this was where she had always belonged. "You think you can fight it, Clara?" Milo's voice crooned, a soft, sweet whisper that still held the bite of venom. "But you've always been mine. From the moment you were born, you've always known the darkness in your blood." Clara's chest constricted, her heart aching, as she tried to find a way to stop this madness. "No," she wanted to scream, "this isn't me. This isn't who I am." She had spent her whole life trying to push away the guilt, the fear, the feeling that something was wrong. She had convinced herself that her father's death, her mother's fading sanity, was just the natural progression of life. That grief was just something you carried with you, something you buried and ignored. But the truth was far worse. Her mind began to unravel, each piece of her consciousness floating away from her like autumn leaves caught in the wind. The more she tried to piece herself together, the more it felt like she was coming apart at the seams. She couldn't fight it anymore. She was his. She always had been. Milo stepped forward again, his figure too close now, pressing in on her from all sides. His breath, cold and stagnant, brushed against her skin, sending a chill through her entire body. "You feel it, don't you?" he murmured, his voice low, almost gentle now. "The pull, the connection, it's in your blood, Clara. Your father knew. He tried to fight it, but in the end, he knew. It's the legacy of your family." Clara's mind swirled with memories, flashing in and out of her consciousness like broken shards of glass. Her father's eyes cold and distant, the way he would look at her mother when she wasn't paying attention. The whispered conversations between her parents late at night, when Clara should have been asleep, their voices low and urgent as though they feared being overheard. The way her father would disappear for days at a time, leaving her and her mother behind in the silence, as though he were running from something Clara could never understand. The way her mother had whispered to her, her voice trembling, "You're just like him, Clara. You're just like him." The truth hit her with the force of a tidal wave, crashing over her, leaving her gasping for air. Her father, he had been the same. He had known the same darkness that Milo was talking about. He had been caught in its grip, just like her. It wasn't just her mother who had suffered. It was her father, too. And now, the darkness was in her. "You were always going to find me, Clara," Milo continued, his voice like silk, like poison. "You were always going to come to me whether you wanted to or not. This is your inheritance, the family curse." Clara felt a sob building in her chest, a sound that she could not suppress. The grief, the terror, the suffocating weight of the truth was too much for her to bear. It felt like her chest was cracking open, like everything she had ever known was collapsing in on itself, crumbling into dust. "You think your life was your own," Milo went on, his voice a cruel whisper now. "But you were never in control. You're just a thread in a tapestry that's been weaving itself for generations. Your father knew that too. He fought it. But the darkness, it waits. It always waits. Clara's mind began to spin in circles, her thoughts moving faster than she could follow. She had never truly known her father, not in the way she had always wanted to. He had always been a distant figure, a man of secrets. He had always been hiding something. And now, as she stood here, facing the full weight of what Milo had told her, she realized the terrible truth. Her father had tried to escape it, but it had never let him go. And now, it was claiming her. Her breath caught in her throat as the reality of her situation settled in. She wasn't just a victim here. She was part of something bigger, a part of the darkness, a part of the legacy that had been passed down through generations from her, father to her, and perhaps even beyond. There was no escaping it. There was no way out. Suddenly the world seemed to shift again. The shadows around her grew longer, darker. The street, the house, the entire town seemed to fade into the background, as though it was all being erased, one piece at a time. Clara stumbled, her legs giving way beneath her as the ground seemed to crack open. The shadows stretched out, reaching for her, as if to drag her into the abyss. Her arms flailed in the air, but there was nothing to hold on to. She was falling into darkness. She could hear Milo's voice, distant now, almost a whisper in the wind. It's already begun, Clara. There's no going back. With a final, desperate scream, Clara was consumed by the shadows. When Clara awoke, she wasn't sure how long she had been lost in the dark void. The world around her seemed strange, warped, and unfamiliar. She was still standing, no longer in the street, no longer in her town, but in a place that felt ancient, timeless. The air here was cold, frigid and heavy with the scent of decay. The ground beneath her feet felt soft, like earth that had been turned over 1,000 times, like a place that had been forgotten by the world. And there, in the distance, was Milo. He stood in the center of the void, waiting, as if this was where they had always been meant to meet. The space between them stretched out like a chasm, and Clara could feel the distance in her bones, deep within her soul. She took a step toward him, and the world around her seemed to shudder, as though the very foundations of reality had been shaken. "You see it now," Milo said, his voice carrying across the void like the last whisper of a dying wind. "You're here because you belong here. We've always been connected." Clara took another step forward, the ground beneath her shifting with every movement. There was no turning back. This was her fate. This was her inheritance. The darkness called to her. Clara's heart beat wildly in her chest, a rapid, erratic rhythm that seemed to echo in the void around her. Each step she took felt heavier, as though the very air itself was resisting her movement. The darkness around her was not simply a lack of light. It was something more primal, something ancient, a presence that seemed to bleed into every corner of her mind. It wasn't just an external force. It was a reflection of her innermost fears, her deepest regrets, and the raw, suffocating truth she could no longer escape. Milo stood in front of her, a dark silhouette against the swirling chaos, his form shifting with the ebb and flow of the shadows. He was the embodiment of the darkness, the manifestation of everything she had tried to deny. His eyes, those black, bottomless pits, locked onto hers, unblinking, unyielding. They were windows to a world beyond comprehension, a world where the rules of reality no longer applied, where time and space twisted and bent in ways that made her dizzy. "You can't run from it, Clara," Milo said softly, his voice a smooth, melodic whisper that slid into her ears like a poison. "It's always been a part of you. It's in your blood, in your soul." Clara's breath caught in her throat. She wanted to scream, to fight, to break free from the suffocating grip of this dark world. But something inside her told her that it was too late. She had already stepped into the abyss. There was no going back now. The ground beneath her feet felt like it was shifting, like the very earth was alive, responding to her presence. She looked down, and the dark soil seemed to pulse, almost like a heartbeat. "What do you want from me?" Her voice cracked, a raw whisper that barely broke the silence. The words tasted like ash on her tongue. The more she spoke, the more the weight of her reality seemed to sink in. She wasn't just in a dream. She wasn't just lost in some horrible illusion. She was here, in the heart of the darkness, and there was no way out. "I don't want anything from you, Clara," Milo replied, his smile widening just slightly, an expression that seemed both sinister and knowing. "I already have everything. I've always had everything." Clara's legs trembled beneath her as the floor around her seemed to give way, the ground turning into a swirling mass of shadows, coiling and writhing like snakes. She stumbled, barely catching herself before she fell, her arms outstretched to steady her. The air was thick, choking, as if the very atmosphere had turned against her. "You've spent your life running from this truth," Milo continued, his voice like a lullaby, a sweet, comforting melody wrapped in poison. "Your father ran. Your mother ran. They thought they could escape it, but it always comes back, Clara. The darkness, the legacy. It finds its way to those who are meant to carry it." Clara's head spun. She could feel her vision blur as the eye. Shadows seemed to move around her, pushing in closer, pulling her further into the void. The whispers that had once been faint now roared in her ears, an unintelligible cacophony of voices that clamored for her attention. They were no longer distant. They were inside her, filling her mind, twisting her thoughts. She felt a wave of nausea wash over her as memories from her childhood flooded back. Her father's face, cold, distant, often filled with a deep sorrow that Clara had never fully understood. The long hours he would spend away, the times he would disappear, leaving only cryptic notes behind. Her mother's broken, tear-streaked face, the way she would whisper, "You're just like him. You're just like him." It all made sense. Now. Her father had known the truth. He had been the first to see the darkness in her, the legacy that ran through her veins. He had tried to run from it, to shield her from it, but it had always been there, lying dormant, until the moment Clara was ready to face it. And now it was her turn. The realization hit her like a slap across the face. She wasn't just a victim in this twisted story. She was the one who had been chosen. She was the one who carried the darkness within her. She was the heir to a cursed legacy, the next in line to inherit the very thing that had destroyed her. Family. No, Clara whispered, shaking her head violently, as if the mere act of denying it could make it untrue. "No, I won't be like them. I won't." "You already are," Milo said softly, stepping closer, his dark presence pressing in on her. "There's no escaping it, Clara. The truth is already in you. You can't hide from yourself." Clara's mind reeled, spinning wildly. She could feel the darkness within her, swirling like a storm in her chest, suffocating her. It was pulling her in, beckoning her toward the abyss. Every step she took seemed to bring her closer to it, closer to the terrible truth that she could no longer outrun. She was his. She always had been. But there was something else too. A flicker of something, a tiny spark deep within her, a remnant of the person she had once been. A part of her that refused to accept this fate, a part of her that fought against the shadows. She didn't know where it had come from, but she knew that as long as she held on to that spark, there was still a chance to resist, a chance to fight back. With trembling hands, Clara reached out, touching the darkness that swirled around her, feeling its cold, suffocating grip tightening around her wrist. She could feel the weight of it, the pull of it, and for a moment, it felt like the world itself was closing in. But then, something shifted. She fought. She pulled back, struggling against the pressure, against the suffocating grip of the shadows. The whispers were louder now, like a roar in her ears, but she shouted over them, her voice a desperate scream. "I am not like you. I will not be like you." The ground beneath her feet trembled again, and the shadows seemed to recoil, as if her defiance had caused a rift in the very fabric of the world. For the first time since this nightmare had begun, Clara felt a flicker of power, something ancient and raw within her, something that had been buried for so long. But now, it was rising from the depths of her soul. Milo faltered, his smug smile faltering for just a moment. His eyes narrowed as he watched her struggle, his expression darkening. "You think you can fight this?" Milo said, his voice darkening with malice. "You're nothing without me, Clara. You always have been. You can't escape what you are." But Clara's voice was steady now, more powerful than she had ever known it to be. "I'm not you, and I will not become you." She reached deep inside, digging into that place of ancient power she had never understood. And in that moment, the ground beneath her feet cracked open, and the void around her seemed to howl in rage. The air grew thick, charged with energy, and Clara felt a surge of strength coursing through her veins. Strength she had never known she possessed. The shadows recoiled, and Clara ran. Clara's feet pounded against the shifting ground, each step a battle against the pull of the abyss that seemed to open beneath her, threatening to swallow her whole. The darkness that surrounded her wasn't just physical. It seeped into her, very thoughts, twisting them, turning her fear into something more primal, more dangerous. It was as though the very air was trying to steal her breath, choke the last remnants of her willpower, and force her into submission. But Clara fought. Her legs burned as she ran, her mind a whirl of thoughts and emotions, fear, confusion, desperation. But beneath it all, there was something else, something raw and powerful. A strength she hadn't known existed in her, a spark of defiance that refused to be extinguished by Milo's insidious words. She had felt it before, that darkness, but now, in this moment, it no longer controlled her. She was not just a passive victim in this cursed legacy. She would not let it define her. As Clara pushed forward, she could feel the shadows closing in, wrapping around her like a suffocating coil. The ground beneath her shifted again, and she stumbled, barely catching herself before falling. The whispers, the voices that had once been distant, now surrounded her, their tone more urgent, more frantic. They clawed at her consciousness, trying to drown out her thoughts, trying to drag her back into the void. But Clara wouldn't let them. She wouldn't let him win. "You can't escape me, Clara." Milo's voice rang out from the swirling darkness, his tone low, almost calm, but beneath it there was a deep, seething rage. "You think you can fight what is inside you. It's a part of you, and it always will be. You can't outrun it." Clara's breath came in ragged gasps as she pushed herself harder, her legs aching, her body screaming for rest, but she couldn't stop. Not now. Not when the weight of the shadows was so close, so overwhelming. She glanced over her shoulder, and for a split second, she thought she saw him, Milo, standing in the distance, his figure hazy, shrouded in darkness. But he was no longer the man she had first encountered. He was something else now, a monstrous shape that seemed to shift and distort, his form flickering like a broken reflection in a shattered mirror. "Please," she gasped, her voice cracking as she forced the words out. "Please let me go." The darkness seemed to pulse around her, as though the very world was listening, considering her plea. But it was a hollow thing, silent, unyielding. The air pressed down on her chest, making each breath harder to draw, suffocating her. The space around her felt like it was collapsing, folding in on itself, as if the walls of reality were bending and warping in response to her defiance. "You still don't understand." Milo's voice, now coming from all around her, low and menacing, sent a chill down her spine. "You were never meant to escape. I was always meant to find you. You were always meant to be mine." Clara stumbled again, her knees threatening to buckle beneath her, but she caught herself on the jagged remnants of what had once been the street. The path was no longer a path. It had disintegrated, leaving only a crumbling foundation, a broken shell of the world she had known. She could feel the vibrations of the ground beneath her feet, like the thrum of a heartbeat, the pulse of something ancient and alive, something that hungered. She was running out of time. The darkness was closing in, tightening its grip around her like a vice. But just as her hope began to falter, just as she felt the last of her energy slipping away, Clara felt something stir inside her. It wasn't just the raw power that had come from within her before. It was something more personal, a memory. Her father's face flickered in her mind, not the cold, distant man she had always known, but the man who had cared for her, who had protected her in his own way. The way he had tried, despite everything, to shield her from the dark. She remembered the nights he had whispered to her, stories of something ancient, something hidden, something that ran in their blood. It wasn't just a curse. It was a power. A terrible, twisted power, yes, but power nonetheless. And if there was anything her father had ever taught her, it was that power was something you could control, even the darkest of it. She could feel it now, that strength rising within her. Once again, it was like an ember, small but growing brighter, pushing back against the shadows that pressed against her. She had been born into this, yes, but she had also been born with the potential to fight it, to overcome it. "I won't let you have me," Clara breathed, her voice strong now, filled with a quiet, defiant certainty. "I won't be your puppet. I won't let you control me." The shadows around her seemed to recoil, as if the very act of her defiance had sent ripples through the darkness. Clara could feel the pressure building within her, a force gathering in her chest, in her hands, as if the world itself were reacting to her resistance. The whispers faltered, growing softer, their voices tinged with uncertainty, as though the darkness were realizing that it had underestimated her. Milo's figure appeared before her again, but this time there was something different about him. He seemed more fragile, as if the very fabric of his being were coming apart. His face twisted in anger, his eyes narrowing into cold, malevolent slits as he stepped toward her. "You can't fight this," he hissed, his voice like a serpent's, venomous and low. "You will never win. You are nothing without me. You are nothing without the darkness." But Clara didn't falter. She could feel the power now coursing through her veins like a floodgate that had finally been opened. The shadows that had once threatened to swallow her whole now seemed to recoil, to retreat from the light that was pouring from within her. She had always been the one with the power, the one who had the strength to face this head-on. It had been there all along, buried beneath the weight of her grief, her fears and her doubts. She raised her hand, and with it, the shadows around her began to dissipate, like smoke in the wind. The ground beneath her seemed to stabilize, the trembling subsiding as the oppressive atmosphere lifted. Milo's form flickered again, his monstrous shape wavering as if the very essence of his being were being torn apart. "No!" Milo screamed, his voice laced with frustration and fury, but Clara could feel the power within her only growing stronger. The shadows were no longer her enemy. They were her tool, her ally. With a single motion, she thrust her hand forward. and the darkness that had once enveloped her now swirled and twisted in response to her will, drawing away from Milo like an obedient servant. "You don't control me anymore," Clara said, her voice steady and commanding. "This is my power." With one final surge of will, Clara pushed the darkness away, breaking free from its grip completely. The abyss around her cracked, splintered, and then, like a collapsing building, collapsed in on itself. The shadows evaporated, leaving nothing but a void where they had once been. Milo's scream echoed through the fading darkness, but his figure disintegrated before Clara's eyes, dissolving into nothingness as the last of the shadows fled from her. And then there was silence. The oppressive weight in the air lifted completely, leaving Clara standing alone in the remnants of the broken world. The ground beneath her was solid again, the space around her calm and still. She could hear the faint hum of the wind, the distant rustling of trees, the familiar sounds of life returning. But as the darkness receded and the world returned to its natural state, Clara realized that the battle had not only changed the world around her, it had changed her. She was no longer the same girl who had once run from her past. She was something new now, something stronger. The darkness had tried to claim her, but Clara had claimed herself. Clara stood alone in the clearing, the aftermath of the battle lingering in the air like a broken dream. The shadows had receded, their suffocating presence gone, but the weight of what she had just experienced pressed heavily on her chest. The night air, once thick with the oppressive hum of the abyss, was now cool and clear, as if the very atmosphere itself had taken a deep breath. The wind rustled through the trees, carrying with it the faintest trace of pine and earth. The world, it seemed, had returned to some semblance of normalcy, but Clara knew better. The silence around her felt like a lie, like a facade that couldn't mask the truth. She had won, that much was undeniable, but she also knew that the victory had come at a terrible cost. The power she had harnessed, the darkness she had fought, was not something that could simply vanish. It was a part of her now. It had always been a part of her, hidden deep beneath the surface, waiting for the right moment to rise. That moment had come. And though she had defeated Milo, she wasn't sure if she had truly escaped it. The darkness had been vanquished, for now, but she could feel its presence lingering, like a shadow just at the edge of her awareness, waiting for the right moment to return. Clara let out a shaky breath, her hands trembling slightly as she lowered them to her sides. She had done what she thought was impossible. She had fought back against an ancient, terrible force that had haunted her bloodline for generations. She had taken control of the very thing that had once controlled her, and in doing so, she had severed the chain that had bound her to the past. Or so she thought. But now, standing in the stillness of the woods, Clara couldn't help but wonder, had she really broken free, or was this just the calm before another storm? Her body ached from the struggle, and though the physical pain was fading, the mental and emotional toll was heavier than anything she could have imagined. The shadows that had once filled her mind, that had clawed at her every thought, seemed to have receded, but their whispers still echoed faintly in her ears, like a distant memory. It was as though the void she had just fought was still there, pressing against the edges of her consciousness, always present, always waiting. Clara's eyes drifted to the sky above her, the darkened stars twinkling softly, and for the first time in what felt like an eternity, she felt something that resembled peace. The battle was over, and for the moment she had won. But peace was fragile. She knew that now. It could be shattered in an instant like glass, and she couldn't help but wonder if she was simply waiting for the pieces to fall. What would happen when the next wave of darkness came? Would she be strong enough to face it again? Her father's face flickered in her mind, and Clara's heart clenched painfully. He had tried to protect her from this. He had fought the darkness too, and in the end, it had consumed him, twisted him into something unrecognizable. She remembered the way he had looked at her, the way his eyes had been filled with fear, as though he knew that one day this moment would come. Had he known in the end that she would have to face it on her own? Clara closed her eyes, pushing the memory away. She couldn't afford to dwell on it. She couldn't afford to let the weight of his legacy drag her down. She was her own person, now. She had taken control. But the faint whisper in the back of her mind, the feeling of being watched, didn't go away. It was subtle, just a nagging sensation that refused to leave her, like the memory of something she had forgotten. She opened her eyes, scanning the clearing around her, as though the very trees were watching, waiting. She had defeated Milo, yes, but the presence of the darkness, the thing that had always been tied to her bloodline, remained. It hadn't just been vanquished. It had been held back. There was no escape from it. Not really. Not while it still lived within her. A sudden movement caught her attention in the corner of her eye, and Clara whipped her head around, her breath catching in her throat. She stood frozen for a moment, heart hammering in her chest, but there was nothing there. Only the woods. The same trees, the same moonlit clearing. Her hands clenched into fists, the remnants of fear making her palms sweat. "You're imagining things," she told herself. "It's over." But the voice, soft and low, like a whisper carried on the wind, came again. And this time, it wasn't just in her mind. "You can't run from yourself." Clara's breath caught in her throat. She turned quickly, eyes scanning the clearing. But there was nothing but the endless trees and the faint rustling of leaves. The voice came again, louder this time, clearer. "You think you can escape, but you can't. You're mine, just like your father was. It's in your blood. It's in your soul." Clara's heart skipped a beat as the voice seemed to come from everywhere at once. She spun around, but there was no figure, no physical presence. The voice echoed through the woods, winding through, the trees wrapping around her like a cocoon. She wasn't alone. Her breath quickened. This wasn't over. The darkness hadn't been destroyed. It had only been buried. Clara stumbled back a few steps, her pulse racing. The voice, familiar, haunting, was his, Milo's voice. But it was something more now. It wasn't just his. It was the voice of the darkness itself, the force that had always been tied to her bloodline. It was inside her, clawing at the edges of her mind, urging her to submit to it. She knew now that her victory was fleeting. She had never truly defeated the darkness. She had only delayed it. It was still there, coiled within her, waiting to rise again. "You can't stop it, Clara." The voice whispered, softer now, almost tender. "You're mine. You always have been." Clara's breath caught in her throat, but she stood tall, her fists clenched at her sides, her knuckles white. She wasn't ready to give up. Not now. Not after everything she had been through. The power within her still burned, still fought. She wouldn't let it consume her. She wouldn't let it control her. But as she stood there, in the cold silence of the clearing, the realization hit her like a hammer. This was the true battle. Not the one against Milo, not the one she had just fought, but the one against herself. The one against the darkness that lived within her, and she would have to face it again. Not with fear, but with acceptance. Only then would she truly be free. The wind whispered through the trees, its eerie, almost mournful sound filling the still night. Clara stood motionless, her heart racing in her chest, her mind a storm of emotions and thoughts. The world around her once again seemed to shift in a strange, imperceptible way. She could feel the presence of something ancient, something far older than anything she could comprehend, pushing against the edges of her awareness. The shadows that had been banished, the darkness that had clawed, at her were not gone. They had never truly been banished. It was only a temporary reprieve, a momentary lapse in the eternal struggle. The voice, Milo's voice, had receded, but the words lingered in her mind like a shadow of their own. "You're mine." The words echoed in her thoughts, each repetition like a beat of a drum that pounded through her head, resonating deep in her chest. She could feel the darkness inside her, beneath her skin, like a low hum vibrating through her bones. She had thought that by defeating Milo, by pushing back the darkness, she had won. She had thought that once she defeated the entity, once she had pushed it away, the nightmare would end. But the nightmare had never been about him. It had always been about her. About the darkness inside her, the bloodline she couldn't escape, the legacy she couldn't outrun. Clara's breath came in sharp, shallow bursts as she clenched her fists. She had spent so much time running from this, so much time trying to escape the truth of what she was. But now, as she stood in the quiet, moonlit clearing, she realized something. She couldn't outrun it. Not anymore. She couldn't keep pretending she wasn't a part of this. This darkness, this curse, it was inside her. And as much as she had tried to fight it, as much as she had tried to deny it, she would never truly escape it. The world around her was still and silent, yet Clara could feel the pulse of the earth beneath her feet, the thrum of life that continued despite everything she had just endured. She had broken the cycle before, but now the weight of the truth pressed down on her. This was her final test. This wasn't just about defeating the darkness. This was about accepting it, about understanding it. But can I? The question echoed in her mind, a question that would define the rest of her life. Can she accept what she was, who she was, and still find a way to live in this world? The shadows that had once been so terrifying, that had once felt like a crushing weight, were now less threatening. They were simply a part of her, a natural extension of the world she inhabited. But even with that realization, Clara knew one thing. She could never let the darkness consume her. She couldn't let it control her. Not again. The wind picked up, rustling the leaves around her, and Clara felt it. The power, the one that had once terrified her, now flowing through her like a river that had burst free of its dam. It wasn't dark anymore. It wasn't evil. It wasn't something to be feared. It was simply power, raw and unrefined. Her father had once tried to wield it, and it had consumed him. Milo had tried to use it as a weapon, and it had turned against him. But Clara knew the truth now. The power was hers, and she could choose how to use it. She closed her eyes for a moment, taking a deep breath. The memories of her father, of her mother, of the long nights filled with uncertainty rushed back to her. They had fought their own battles, and now she had to fight hers. She had inherited their struggles, but she could also inherit their strength. Her father's legacy didn't have to be one of defeat. Her mother's grief didn't have to be one of sorrow and helplessness. Clara would change the story. She would write a new chapter. But to do that, she needed to embrace everything she was, the good and the bad, the light and the dark. And then she could move forward. For the first time since this whole ordeal had begun, Clara felt something different inside her. It was like the last remnants of her fear were falling away, like a veil lifting from her eyes. She was no longer just a victim of fate. She was the architect of her future. She could choose her own path. The darkness was hers to control now. She wasn't going to be consumed by it. She was going to live with it. The air around her seemed to crackle with energy, as if the world itself were waiting for her decision. She felt the power surge through her once again, and this time, she didn't resist. She welcomed it. The storm inside her subsided, replaced by a calm certainty, a new understanding of herself. And with that understanding, Clara stepped forward. The ground beneath her feet seemed to shift, the soil beneath her feeling solid and grounded. She had stepped into the unknown before, but now there was nothing but clarity. The path ahead was unclear, but she knew one thing for certain. She was ready. She was no longer running. She was standing firm in the face of the future, whatever it held. Clara reached out with her hands, and the shadows responded. This time, they didn't feel oppressive. They didn't feel like something to be feared. They felt familiar. They twisted and swirled around her like a cloak, a protective shield that had always been a part of her. She was no longer fighting against it. She had become one with it. Her power was not the curse. Her power was her freedom. As the shadows swirled around her, Clara looked up at the stars above, her heart calm, her soul steady. She had faced the darkness. She had stared it in the face and chose to rise above it. She was not defined by what had happened to her. She was defined by what she did with it. The wind howled around her, a distant echo of something long forgotten, and Clara closed her eyes, breathing in the cool night air. The battle had been won, but the true test had just begun. And as she stood there, ready to face whatever came next, she knew that she was no longer just Clara. She was something more. She was herself. And that was enough. Clara's breath was steady now, calm in a way it hadn't been for months. The shadows that had once felt like chains, tightening around her neck, now felt almost like a natural part of the world, like the pull of the tides or the heartbeat of the earth beneath her feet. She had fought them, pushed against them, but now, as she stood here in the stillness of the woods, she understood. The darkness inside her was not something to be defeated. It was something to be accepted, integrated, and perhaps most importantly, controlled. Her hands trembled slightly at her sides, but the tremor was no longer one of fear. It was the residual aftermath of battle, her body remembering the tension, the struggle, the uncertainty. But Clara knew something now that she hadn't before, that she wasn't afraid anymore. The shadows still lingered in the corners of her mind, flickering at the edges of her awareness, but they were no longer a threat. They were a part of her. And with that understanding, she no longer felt the suffocating weight of them. They were simply there, like an old, familiar friend who had never truly left. The wind had died down, but the quiet rustling of the trees filled the air, a gentle reminder of life continuing, the world turning as it always had. Clara glanced around, taking in the clearing that had once been the stage for her greatest fear. The darkness had been relentless, unyielding, but now the space felt different. The trees seemed taller, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. The earth beneath her felt solid, unbroken. Even the night sky above, which had once seemed so vast and suffocating, now felt like a canvas, ready to be painted with the brushstrokes of the life she had yet to lead. She took a deep breath, filling her lungs with the cool air of the forest, and for the first time in what felt like forever, Clara felt herself fully present in the moment. She wasn't looking behind her anymore, haunted by the ghosts of the past. She wasn't peering into the darkness ahead, paralyzed by the uncertainty of what was to come. She was here, standing in the now. But Clara knew that this peace, this moment of clarity, would not last forever. The world had a way of testing those who found themselves at peace. It always had. And the path she had chosen was one that would demand more from her, more strength, more understanding, more sacrifice. The shadows had taught her one undeniable truth. Power came at a cost. The darkness Within her had always been a part of her, woven into her very being, threaded through her bloodline. But in acknowledging it, in accepting it, she had given herself the ability to wield it, to control it. And with that power came a responsibility, one she could not turn away from. Her thoughts returned to her father, to the man who had tried so desperately to shield her from the darkness, but who had ultimately been consumed by it. The memory of his eyes, wide with fear and sorrow, haunted her, and she wondered for the first time if his greatest mistake had been trying to run from what was inevitable. Clara closed her eyes, and for a moment she allowed herself to feel the weight of his absence. Her father had tried to protect her, but he hadn't understood that protection wasn't about keeping her from the darkness. It was about teaching her how to live with it, how to walk side by side with the shadows, not letting them rule her, but accepting them as a part of who she was. Her father had thought that by fighting it, by running, he could escape the legacy. But the legacy could not be outrun. And so, Clara stood here, where he had fallen, where she had once stood paralyzed by fear, and she made a vow. She would not make the same mistake. She would not run from her destiny. She would not let the darkness consume her as it had consumed him. A soft rustle in the underbrush made Clara's eyes snap open. Her body tensed instinctively, the old reflex still there. But there was no threat. Just the woods. Just the stillness of nature, reminding her that she was not alone. She was never alone. The shadows, her shadows, lingered around her. A subtle shift in the air, the way the light seemed to bend, the way the world felt, was all the indication she needed to know that they were with her. The darkness wasn't an enemy. It wasn't something to run from. It was a part of her, and now she controlled it. She commanded it. The darkness did not define her. It was simply a tool, an extension of herself, a tool that could help her face the trials ahead. But what were those trials? What would come now? The questions that had plagued her for so long, that had driven her to the brink of madness, had now been replaced with something new. Purpose. She had broken free of her past. The chains had been severed, but the road ahead was still uncharted. The power inside her was untested, and in the vast, unknowing world that lay before her, Clara could not yet see where her path would lead. The trees, their silhouettes sharp and foreboding in the moonlight, swayed in the breeze. Clara turned toward them, her heart steady now, her eyes clear. She was no longer just a victim of fate. She was the architect of her own story. She had taken her first step. Her life had always been defined by fear, by a legacy of darkness that she had never chosen. But now, standing at the threshold of the unknown, she knew that she was the one who would decide what came next. She was the one who would shape her future, and she would shape it in her own image. With that thought, Clara began to walk. She didn't know where the path would take her, but she knew that for the first time, she was walking forward, not looking behind. The shadows at her side were no longer a threat, they were her companions. And together they would navigate the world, ready to face whatever came next. The wind stirred the trees, and Clara smiled softly to herself. The world was still filled with unknowns. But that didn't matter. She was no longer afraid of the dark. And for the first time she could hear the whispering shadows, not as enemies, but as the echoes of her own strength, urging her onward. The world was hers. The woods seemed endless, a sprawling labyrinth of towering trees and tangled roots. The moon hung low in the sky, casting long shadows that stretched like fingers reaching out to touch her, as though the very landscape was alive. Clara walked, without direction at first, unsure of where her steps were taking her. The world around her was silent, save for the soft rustling of the leaves and the distant call of a bird somewhere far above. Yet in this silence, she could feel the pulse of something ancient, something that had always been there waiting. She had walked this path before, in a sense. It was the path of her family, the one that had been marked by shadows, by grief, by the weight of an inheritance she had never wanted. But now, as she moved forward, she could feel something new within her. The darkness she had once feared no longer felt like a burden. It felt like a companion, something she could wield, control, something that was no longer a distant, abstract force. It was within her, a part of her, a part that had always been there, waiting to be embraced. As Clara walked deeper into the woods, she found herself reflecting on what had brought her to this point. The years of running from her fears, the self-imposed isolation, the long nights, spent searching for answers that had eluded her for so long. It was all behind her now. She had been searching for peace, for a way to escape the darkness that haunted her bloodline. But the truth she had uncovered was far different from the one she had expected. Peace, she had learned, was not the absence of darkness. Peace was the ability to face the darkness and walk through it. Her journey hadn't been about banishing the shadows. It had been about understanding them, understanding herself. She had spent so much time denying the darkness inside her, but it was never about running away from it. It was about finding a way to live with it, to coexist with it. And now, she felt a sense of acceptance, something that had always eluded her. But that acceptance brought with it new questions. What now? What was her role in this world now that she had embraced her true self? Now that she had accepted her inheritance, her legacy? Was there more to her power than she understood? Was she meant to be a force of balance, a harbinger of change, or something darker, something more dangerous? The night air was thick with uncertainty. The shadows at her side didn't provide answers. They were only reminders of the complexity of her existence. She had felt the call of the darkness, had surrendered to it, and yet she couldn't shake the feeling that there was still something else out there, something waiting for her. The woods grew denser as she walked, the trees thickening, their branches intertwining to create a canopy that blotted out the moonlight. The further she ventured, the more she could sense that something had changed. It wasn't just the forest that felt different. It was her. Her presence in the world had shifted, had expanded. As she moved forward, her steps seemed to grow more purposeful, more deliberate. It was as if the forest was responding to her, shifting and bending to her will. She felt the pull of something deeper, a magnetic force that guided her forward. It wasn't just the power she had gained, though that was a part of it. There was something else, something primal, something older than her understanding of the world. Clara stopped when she reached a clearing. The trees around her were ancient, their trunks gnarled and twisted, their roots spreading out like fingers across the ground. In the center of the clearing was a large stone circle, weathered by time, its edges worn and smooth. It was unlike anything Clara had ever seen before, but it felt familiar, like it had always been there, waiting for her. A sudden cold breeze swept through the clearing, sending a shiver down her spine. The shadows around her seemed to pulse with life, swirling and shifting in ways that felt almost intentional. It was then that she realized this was no ordinary place. This was a threshold, a boundary between worlds, between the world she had known and the one she was meant to enter. Clara's heart raced as she stepped forward, the ground beneath her feet feeling unnaturally solid, as though the stone circle had been crafted for her, for this very moment. The shadows at her side seemed to swirl faster now, their movements becoming more erratic, almost agitated. Clara felt the pull of them, the call of the unknown, and though part of her hesitated, still clinging to the remnants of fear, the other part of her felt an undeniable urge to step forward, to embrace what was waiting for her. She raised her hand, reaching toward the center of the stone circle. The moment her fingers brushed the air in front of her, the ground beneath her trembled, and a low hum began to vibrate through the earth, resonating with something deep within her. The shadows flared around her as if alive, as if they had been waiting for this exact moment. And then, with a jolt that ran through her entire being, the ground split. A fissure ran through the earth. The stone circle cracking open like the very fabric of reality was being torn apart. Clara stepped back, her breath catching in her throat, her heart pounding. But she wasn't afraid. She had no time for fear anymore. This was what she had been called here for. This was what she had been prepared for. From the crack in the earth, a soft light began to shine. A faint, ethereal glow that seemed to pulse with an energy all its own. It was a light unlike any Clara had ever seen before. It wasn't harsh or bright, but soft and comforting, like the glow of an old memory, a distant warmth that promised something more than the darkness she had embraced. Slowly, Clara stepped forward, her hand trembling as she reached for the light. As her fingers touched it, the air around her seemed to shift, the shadows retreating in an instant, their presence no longer suffocating. For the first time since she had first felt the pull of the darkness, she felt a sense of peace, a quiet acceptance. She had walked through the storm, and now the storm had passed. The light expanded, enveloping her in its warmth, filling her with a sense of clarity and purpose. She didn't know what awaited her beyond this threshold, but she knew one thing. She was ready. The darkness no longer defined her. She had learned to wield it. But now she was stepping into something else, something new. The shadows still lingered, a part of her, but they no longer controlled her. She had mastered them, had walked through the fear, the uncertainty, and emerged on the other side as something different, something stronger. And as Clara stepped into the light, she realized that this was just the beginning. There would always be shadows. There would always be darkness. But now she knew that she could face it. And with that understanding, she took the first step into the unknown, a journey that would define her not by what she feared, but by what she had the strength to embrace. Clara stepped deeper into the glow, her heart thrumming with an energy that felt both alien and familiar. The shadows that had once felt like a heavy, suffocating fog now seemed distant, almost insignificant. They had been companions, adversaries, and teachers. But now, for the first time, they seemed small, a distant echo of the life she had once lived. The light, soft yet undeniably powerful, wrapped itself around her like a cocoon, filling her with warmth and clarity, but also something else, a quiet sense of responsibility. It wasn't a simple, comforting glow. It was a force, an entity in itself, ancient and unyielding, and Clara could feel it pulling her in, guiding her towards something beyond what she could understand. She felt the ground beneath her shift slightly, as though the very earth was reacting to her presence. The air around her hummed, not with the static tension of the darkness, but with something lighter, more fluid, more alive. The fissure that had opened before her now glowed brighter, casting long, delicate beams of light across the clearing. It felt as though the very boundaries of her existence were being tested, expanded, redefined. The shadows still lingered, of course, lurking just beyond the edges of her awareness. But Clara no longer felt afraid. Instead, she felt curious. She had lived so long in fear of them, but now she saw them for what they were, a reflection of the world she had always known, a natural part of the balance between light and dark. They no longer defined her. She was no longer defined by the darkness alone. Her fingers trembled as she reached forward toward the light, feeling the pull of it like a magnet, undeniable and constant. The moment her hand touched the first tendrils of the glow, she was flooded with a vision, a flood of images that came crashing into her mind, unbidden and overwhelming. Her father, her mother, the childhood she had once thought was lost, the whispered warnings, the strange cryptic messages that had echoed through her life, both in the quiet spaces of her heart and in the voices of those who had come before her. She saw her father again, not the cold, distant man she had once known, but a younger version of him. His face filled with worry as he looked at her, as if he were torn between love and fear. The images shifted, and Clara saw him standing before the stone circle, just like her, his hands raised to the sky as the shadows crept in around him. His eyes were filled with desperation, his expression pained, as if he had tried to fight the darkness, but had ultimately been overwhelmed by it. His last words echoed in her mind, a whisper that still carried the weight of his grief. "You have to control it, Clara. Never let it control you, please." And then, just as suddenly, the vision shifted, and Clara saw her mother, eyes wide, filled with terror, standing at the door, watching as the shadows began to close in around her. Clara could feel her mother's fear, her own helplessness, reflected in her mother's gaze. But then, something shifted. The moment Clara reached out to her mother in the vision, the woman's eyes softened, and the fear receded, replaced by something new, a deep understanding, a quiet acceptance. Clara's breath caught in her throat as the vision faded, leaving only the cool night air and the lingering warmth of the light. Her hand dropped slowly from the glowing fissure, her heart racing with the weight of what she had just seen. She had always thought her parents were failures in their own right, that her father's inability to escape the darkness, her mother's silent surrender to grief, had been weaknesses. But now, Clara understood. They had been fighting, not against the darkness itself, but against the fear of it, the fear of accepting what they were. And Clara now understood the truth. The power to control it, to make it her own, lay in the acceptance, in the understanding. The darkness wasn't a foreign enemy. It wasn't something to be feared. It was something to be wielded, balanced with the light, not fought against. Clara's fingers curled into a fist, and she closed her eyes, grounding herself in the realization. The visions had shown her what she needed to understand. She had inherited something beyond just the curse of her bloodline. She had inherited choice. She could walk in the light, carry the shadows with her, and choose how she wielded them. The moment of clarity was fleeting, though. Clara could feel something stirring in the distance, like the ripples in a pond signaling the approach of something or someone. The quiet peace of the moment was now giving way to something else, an inevitability. She could feel it now, the pull of something deeper. For the first time since she had embraced her power, Clara felt a sense of urgency. The glow of the light had given her knowledge, but it also gave her a path, a responsibility. She had chosen her role, but it wasn't just about mastering the shadows within her. It was about what she would do with that power, and the choices she made in the coming moments would shape the rest of her life. The air grew thick once more, the wind picking up with a sudden intensity, as though something in the distance was preparing to make itself known. The shadows began to move again, not as enemies, but as companions. A new understanding had taken root within Clara's soul, and now she had to take the first steps toward a destiny that was entirely her own. And then she heard it. A soft voice, like a murmur in the back of her mind. A voice that wasn't Milo's or her father's or even her own. It was something older, something ancient. "It is time," the voice whispered. "The reckoning has come. The balance must be maintained." Clara's heart skipped a beat. The voice had come from within, from the very core of her power. It wasn't an external force anymore. It was a part of her, one that had always been there, one that had been waiting to awaken. This was the next step, the moment where she had to choose whether to embrace her destiny fully or fall into the shadows once again. The shadows responded to her, swirling with an energy that was unmistakable. They were there, watching, waiting for her to act. They were hers to command, but what would she do with them? The choice was no longer about resistance. The battle had been fought. Now it was about purpose. Clara stepped forward, the fissure in the earth still glowing, still beckoning her. But it was no longer just a call to action. It was a call to transformation. She wasn't stepping into the unknown anymore. She was stepping into herself. With a deep breath, Clara raised her arms, allowing the shadows to flow freely, embracing their form, their power. She could feel their weight in her hands, but it no longer felt like a burden. It felt like freedom. The light and the dark, together in balance, living within her. And with that, she stepped into the world. Not as a girl haunted by her past, but as a woman who understood her own power. The world was waiting. Clara stood at the precipice, the very air around her vibrating with a subtle hum as the shadows swirled around her, pulling, tugging, beckoning. They were no longer distant, indifferent forces that had once suffocated her. No, they were with her now, intimately entwined with every part of her being. She had accepted them, embraced them, not as an enemy to be defeated, but as a power to be wielded, to be understood. She was no longer just the girl who had stumbled into a fight against an unseen darkness. She was the one who had learned to control it. And with that control came a weight she could not yet fully comprehend. Her hand outstretched toward the still glowing fissure in the earth, the light pulsing in rhythm with her heartbeat. Clara felt a deep connection to the energy in the air. She could feel the crack in the fabric of reality beneath her, like the ground itself was a membrane stretched thin, holding back something far more ancient and powerful than she had imagined. The shadows around her responded, shifting in the air, swirling in ways that seemed to follow the rhythm of her thoughts. This was the threshold, the moment where every choice would have its consequences. She had stepped through many thresholds, already into the unknown, into the darkness within her. But this was the point where the shadows began to look back at her. She was no longer simply walking in their wake. She was the one who shaped the path, and with every step she took, the world around her would bend to her will. The air felt still, as though the universe was holding its breath, waiting for her next move. Clara's pulse quickened as the familiar whispers of the past began to surge through her mind again. Her father's warnings, the lessons that had come too late, all seemed to flood her thoughts at once. The power within her was hers, but it was also a part of something much larger than herself. It had always been there, woven into the fabric of her lineage. The darkness had consumed her father, but it had not consumed him entirely. He had never fully given in, never truly lost himself. He had fought it, and so too would Clara. She wasn't merely the heir to this power. She was the one who could choose how it would play out. But what kind of leader would she be? What path would she take now that she understood what she was truly capable of? The stillness around her began to crackle with a sudden urgency. The shadows, her shadows, shifted more violently now, swirling around her like smoke rising from a fire. They seemed to pulse as if they were sensing something, reacting. Clara felt her heart speed up, her instincts on high alert. There was something in the air, something about to break free, something more than the shadow she had come to control. Her mind raced. The light from the fissure grew brighter, and the shadows beneath her feet twisted violently. She was no longer sure if the fissure was simply a gateway into the unknown, or if it was calling her to a specific purpose. Was it beckoning her into a new chapter? Or was this a point of no return? Was it even her choice? The wind picked up, howling like a warning, as if the universe itself was trying to whisper to her, urging her to wait. Yet, she had never been one to wait, to let fate decide her course. Her hand instinctively reached for the fissure. She wasn't afraid anymore, not of the light, nor of the shadows. She was beyond fear. This was the culmination of everything she had become, everything she had endured. And then a voice echoed in her mind. This time, it wasn't Milo's. It wasn't the whispers of her past. It was something else, something older. The choice is yours, Clara. The words seemed to hang in the air, and in that moment, Clara understood. She was standing at the boundary of two worlds, two forces. The light beckoned her, warm and calming, offering peace and understanding. But the shadows, her shadows, whispered, with a power that vibrated deep within her, reminding her that the darkness was not simply something to fear, it was something to wield, to rule. Do not falter, the voice urged. The world depends on this moment. Her mind flashed with images, visions of a world in chaos, of people divided, torn apart by forces beyond their understanding. But then, just as quickly, the vision shifted. She saw herself, not as a girl fighting to survive, but as a force unto herself, a force of balance. The shadows, once oppressive, now seemed to bend and shape themselves in ways that were both natural and necessary. She had never understood her true purpose until now. She wasn't just here to battle the forces of darkness. She was here to bring equilibrium, to bridge the gap between worlds, between light and shadow. The realization settled in her chest, grounding her like the roots of the ancient trees surrounding her. She wasn't meant to fight against the darkness. She was meant to control it, to shape it, to maintain the delicate balance that allowed both light and shadow to exist. Clara's hand lowered, and the fissure beneath her seemed to shimmer as if acknowledging her choice. The glow of the light began to ebb, replaced by a deep, resounding silence. The shadows that had once seemed threatening were now at peace, swirling at her command, dancing in the air like flames waiting to be sculpted. But as the silence stretched on, Clara could feel the pull again. It wasn't just the shadows. It was something else, something from beyond the fissure, beyond the veil she had just breached. A presence so ancient, so immense, it felt like a distant thunder, barely perceptible but undeniable. And then, as if the air itself had parted, she heard the voice again, louder, more forceful this time. The choice was never truly yours, Clara. The voice wasn't just inside her mind now. It was surrounding her, closing in on her from all sides. It was not the voice of the shadows. It was something much older, something primal. Clara's heart skipped a beat. Her body tensed as the voice seemed to invade her very essence, reaching down into the core of her being. You were never meant to walk alone. Clara gasped, stepping back as the ground beneath her began to tremble, the shadows retreating in waves as if afraid of what was to come. She tried to steady herself, but something in the air had shifted. Something mighty had awoken. For the first time, Clara wondered, was her journey ever truly about choosing the light over the darkness? Or was it something more? Something beyond her understanding, beyond her control? The fissure glowed once more, but this time the light felt different. The shadows retreated, as if they too feared the awakening that Clara could feel on the horizon. She was no longer alone on this path. Something was coming, something that had always been waiting in the shadows, and this time, Clara knew it wasn't. just about the power she could command. It was about the price she was willing to pay for that power. Clara's heartbeat echoed in her ears, her breath shallow as she stood at the center of the stone circle, the fissure before her pulsing with a steady, rhythmic glow. The light seemed to vibrate with a life of its own, an energy that felt almost too vast, too ancient to fully comprehend. Yet as she stood there, feeling the weight of the power that hummed beneath her skin, she understood one undeniable truth. This was the moment. The voice, that voice, had grown more insistent, more forceful. It no longer felt like a whisper in her mind, it felt like a command, and the force behind it was undeniable. Clara's very soul seemed to stir in response to its call, like a match struck against the surface of her being, igniting something deep inside her. The shadows that had once been her adversaries, her burden, were now silent, still, and waiting. They had retreated, as if aware that what was unfolding was far beyond what they could control. This moment was beyond the shadows, beyond her understanding, and still the voice called. "You cannot ignore this, Clara." The voice was clearer now, deep and resonant, echoing from beyond the veil of the fissure. Clara couldn't tell if it was coming from within her or if it was an external force, an ancient presence that existed in the very core of existence, but she could feel its pull in every fiber of her being, as though the universe itself was reaching out to claim her. "You are no longer the girl you were. You are the heir to the eternal balance, the keeper of both the light and the dark. You are the bridge." Clara's hands trembled, and she looked down at them, seeing the shadows move beneath her skin, swirling like smoke. The light from the fissure reflected in her eyes, casting her in a spectral glow. She could feel the vastness of the power within her, the darkness and the light intertwining, both alive in her blood, her very bones. She had always feared this duality, had fought it for so long, but now she understood. The power was hers, not as a curse, but as a gift of choice. And yet, the price was steep. A sudden chill ran through her as she heard the voice again, closer now, more distinct, as if the very fabric of the universe itself had bent to speak directly to her. "But to truly wield this power, Clara, you must sacrifice. The balance you uphold cannot be maintained without cost. The light you carry cannot exist without the darkness." Clara swallowed hard, her throat dry as the weight of those words settled over her like a shroud. A sacrifice. She had known deep down that this moment would demand something from her. It always did. The shadows had come with a price. The light came with a price. And now, it seemed, she would have to make the ultimate choice. Her heart hammered in her chest as she took a step toward the fissure. The light flickered in response to her movement, as though it recognized her intent. A low, resonant hum filled the clearing, vibrating through her body. It was a sound of inevitability. Clara had never been one to shy away from fate. She had fought for every step she had taken, every victory, every battle. But this was different. This wasn't a fight to survive. This was a decision to shape the world, to shape herself. The shadows stirred around her, gathering at the edges of the clearing, as though waiting for her decision. Clara could feel their presence not as a threat, but as an ally. She was not alone in this. She had never truly been alone. She was the culmination of everything that had come before her. The legacy of her father, the fears of her mother, the struggle of every soul who had ever walked this path. They were with her now. With trembling hands, Clara reached toward the light. Her fingers brushed the glowing fissure, and for a moment, the world around her paused. The light enveloped her, warm and soft, and she felt the shadows around her tighten like a protective cocoon. The two forces, the light and the dark, swirled around her, pulling her in two directions at once. The force of both was so overwhelming that she felt as though she were being torn apart. But in that moment of tension, she understood something. She was both. The darkness, the shadows. They weren't her enemies. They were her strength. The light wasn't just something to guide her through the dark. It was the force that allowed her to rise, to choose, to define the path she would walk. But the price of this power wasn't something she could escape. The weight of it pressed down on her, as if the universe itself had drawn a line in the sand. She had stepped into the light, but to fully embrace it, she had to accept the darkness that accompanied it. They were interwoven, inseparable. Her mind raced. Could she really make that sacrifice? Could she walk this path, knowing that the balance she upheld would forever require her to sacrifice part of herself? Choice was never simple. It never had been. The world of light and shadows wasn't a world of purity, of good and evil. It was a world of balance, of constant push and pull. But Clara understood now that she could never be just one or the other. She would never be just light. She would never be just darkness. She was both, intertwined. She had always been both. And with that realization came an acceptance, a surrender to the truth she had fought for so long to deny. The fissure began to glow brighter, the hum vibrating through her very soul as Clara made her choice. She took a deep breath and closed her eyes, feeling the world around her shift, feel the power swell within her, surging in waves. It wasn't just a part of her, it was her. She was the conduit between worlds, the keeper of the balance, the bridge between light and shadow. With one final step, Clara crossed the threshold, and then everything changed. The light enveloped her, and the shadows followed. They intertwined, merging into a singular force that rippled through the air, the land, and the very fabric of existence. Clara felt herself dissolving into the energy, her form no longer a separate entity, but a part of the world itself. She wasn't alone anymore. She was everything. The shadows weren't a weight anymore. They were her strength, her essence. The light wasn't something that defined her. It was her soul, radiant and untouchable. And with this newfound understanding, Clara felt a wave of clarity wash over her. She wasn't walking toward an end. She was walking toward a new beginning, a beginning where she no longer feared the balance of the world, but where she could shape it, guide it, be it. The final whispers of the voice faded into the vastness of the universe, and Clara stood at the threshold, no longer a girl afraid of the dark, no longer a woman struggling against her destiny. She was the light. She was the shadow. She was both. And she was free. You're deep into the story now, and the horrors are only escalating. If you're still with us, don't forget to like and subscribe. Tell us where you're listening from in the comments. Who else is staying up late to face this nightmare? Settle in. The terror continues. Story 2. The wind stirred only slightly, whispering through the trees. But to David, the silence of the woods felt suffocating. He hadn't meant to wander this far. He hadn't meant to leave the house that was now nothing but a shell. Empty rooms echoing with memories of his wife's laugh, the soft shuffle of her footsteps, the warmth that had been his refuge for over a decade. But it was all gone now, lost to a sickness that crept in like shadow, stealing her away inch by inch until there was nothing left of her but a cold body and a grave. David stepped off the trail and into the thickening underbrush, his boots crunching over dry leaves. His breath was shallow, fogging the cold air. The trees seemed to close in on him, casting long, twisting shadows. The silence pressed down harder. He should have been home, should have been processing his grief. But the grief was too much. It had become a weight too heavy to bear alone. And so, he had come here, to this forgotten part of the forest, where the sun barely touched the ground, the air thick with decay and dampness. He knew the rumors. They were whispered in the corners of town, shared by those who still believed in things, older than time itself. They said the woods were haunted, that there was a man who walked its depths, a man in a black suit, a man who could make all things right. David laughed bitterly, wiping his eyes. He didn't believe in that kind of nonsense. He had once mocked those who clung to such stories. But here he was, searching for anything that might offer relief from the choking sorrow in his chest. The faintest sound reached his ears, a snap of a twig, followed by a soft shuffle of movement. His heart skipped. He froze, his eyes darting through the trees. For a moment, the world seemed to hold its breath. Then he saw him, a figure, standing at the edge of the clearing just beyond the reach of the trees. He was tall, impossibly so, and dressed in a crisp, dark suit. His face was obscured by the shadow of his wide-brimmed hat. David's pulse quickened as the figure remained still, as if waiting. It was the man in the black suit. David's mouth went dry. He wanted to turn and run, but his legs felt like they were rooted to the earth. The man's presence, though distant, seemed to draw him in like a magnet. His mind screamed that this wasn't real, that this was some trick his grief had played on him. But everything in him knew. He could feel it deep in his bones, that this man wasn't a figment of imagination. He stepped forward, drawn in by some force he could not explain. The man tilted his head slightly, as if acknowledging David's presence. A smile tugged at the corner of his lips, unsettling in its perfection. "I know what you seek." The man's voice was smooth, almost comforting, as if he had known David forever. "And I can give it to you." David took a step back, his heart thudding. "Who are you?" The man didn't answer directly. Instead, he slowly raised his hand, motioning for David to come closer. "Everything has its price, of course," the man added, his voice like honey, sweet but laced with something darker. "But the price is something you'll have to consider." The wind shifted then, and for a moment, the trees seemed to breathe, with an unnatural heaviness, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. David felt an icy shiver run down his spine. "Why me?" David whispered. The man's smile widened, his eyes gleaming beneath the brim of his hat. "Because you're ready." The forest around them seemed to darken further, the light of the dying afternoon fading beneath an unseen cloud. A sudden gust of wind sent a cold shiver through David's spine, and the man in the black suit began to retreat into the trees, vanishing into the growing shadows. David stood frozen, the forest eerily silent once more, his thoughts whirling. Something ancient had just crossed his path, something that had known him in ways he could not yet comprehend. And the only thing he was sure of now was that he would see him again. The night fell swiftly, as it often does in places where the sun seems to forget its duties. David had returned home, but the woods had followed him back. The dark corner of his mind, the part where all his grief had festered, could not shake. The vision of the man in the black suit. The wind had carried his words, his voice, deeper into David's chest, embedding them there like splinters. There was no escaping it. David tried to distract himself with the mundane things of life, the hum of the refrigerator, the ticking of the clock on the wall, but his mind kept returning to that figure in the woods. His eyes darted constantly to the door, as though expecting the man to step through it at any moment. A shadow behind every creaking floorboard, every gust of wind. His phone buzzed once, a message from an old friend, Nathan, who had been trying to reach out for weeks, unsure of what to say after the funeral. It was brief, offering condolences, the typical words people use when they don't know how to ease someone's pain. David didn't respond. It felt like the world was speaking, a language he couldn't understand anymore. He had grown accustomed to the silence, to the absence. David stood and paced around the room, unsure of what he was waiting for, or even if he was waiting for anything at all. His eyes wandered to the fireplace, where the embers had long since died, leaving only a cold grey hearth. He couldn't remember the last time he had felt warmth, not real warmth. It was all gone, and in its place was this hollow space, this gnawing emptiness. And then, without warning, the power flickered. David froze mid-step. The light above his head trembled, dimming for just a heartbeat, but it was enough to send a ripple of unease down his spine. The house creaked as if it were adjusting to a change in its very foundation. He glanced at the window. The wind had picked up again, and the trees outside shook, their branches rattling against the house. The kind of wind that carried secrets. But this time, it wasn't just the wind. There was something else. David felt it before he saw it. The unmistakable sensation of being watched. His throat tightened, and his breath caught. He turned sharply toward the door. He didn't want to look, didn't want to feel the weight of it, but his feet moved of their own accord. The air seemed to thicken, as though the walls themselves were closing in on him. He reached the door and swung it open. The outside world was blanketed in darkness. The night was unnaturally still. He could barely make out the outline of the trees, their twisted forms stretching into the abyss. Nothing moved. Still, the sensation of eyes on him lingered, heavy and suffocating. His mind screamed at him to retreat, to slam the door and lock it, but his feet remained planted in place. And then, there it was. A figure, standing just beyond the threshold, in the very place where he had first seen the man in the black suit. David's breath hitched. His heart raced, slamming against his ribs. The man was back, but this time, he wasn't standing still. He was moving toward David with slow, deliberate steps, his footsteps eerily quiet, as though he was walking on air. The light from the house spilled out onto the yard, casting long shadows that distorted the man's form, making him appear taller, thinner, more elongated than humanly possible. His face was still hidden beneath the wide brim of his hat, but David could feel his gaze sharp and unyielding drilling into him. The man's suit was immaculate, black, like the depths of the night itself. Not a single wrinkle marred its surface. It was as if the fabric had been pressed with such precision that it had become something unnatural. "I see you've returned to your place." The man's voice echoed through the silence. Smoother now, almost pleasant. David swallowed hard. His throat was dry, his mind clouded with confusion and fear. I don't understand," he stammered, his voice barely above a whisper. "I told you to leave. I want nothing from you." The man's lips twitched into a smile, though it didn't reach his eyes. It was a smile that held no warmth, no compassion, only an unsettling certainty. "You do not yet know what you want, David," the man said, his voice slipping through, the crack of the door like a shadow. "But you will." David's pulse quickened. He wanted to slam the door, to turn away, but his legs wouldn't obey. The air seemed thicker, as if the very atmosphere was pressing in on him, urging him to listen, to stay, to step closer. There was something magnetic in the man's presence, an almost suffocating force that made him feel like he was losing control of his own body. I don't need anything," David protested, his voice shaking. "I'm fine. You're not real. This isn't real." The man's smile faded, but his eyes, David could feel them now, piercing through him, remained locked on his. "Not real," the man murmured, almost amused. "You think you are the first to say such things? He raised one gloved hand and gestured to the darkness around them. The world is full of things that are not real, David. But they are. They are. And you, too, are no different from the shadows that cling to this place. David wanted to scream, to flee, but his voice caught in his throat. His pulse was hammering in his ears, drowning out the world. The man took another step forward, his movements unnaturally smooth as if gliding across the earth. His form seemed to flicker slightly, as though he were made of smoke, not flesh. David could see the outlines of his silhouette shifting against the dim light of the house like a reflection in water. "You've felt it, haven't you?" The man's voice was now a soft whisper, slipping like velvet into David's ears. "The weight of your grief. The hollow space inside you, where she used to be. You felt the emptiness, the cold." David's breath caught. He hadn't spoken of his wife, of the overwhelming, soul-crushing void that had taken over him since her death. He hadn't told anyone how, in the stillness of the night, he could almost feel her presence beside him again, only to turn and find the space next to him as empty as it had been for months. The man continued, his voice a dark lullaby that wrapped around David's thoughts, pulling him deeper. "I can take it all away, David. All that pain, all that loss. And in return, I ask for only one thing." David's throat tightened. He couldn't look away from the man, couldn't tear himself from the strange magnetic pull that now seemed to bind him to the figure before him. The air had grown colder, the shadows longer, and his own heartbeat echoed like thunder in his chest. "What do you want?" David managed to ask, though his voice trembled with uncertainty. The man tilted his head slightly, his smile returning, wide, predatory. "A simple thing, really," the man replied, his voice low and hypnotic. "I want your consent, that's all." David's heart skipped a beat. "Consent for what?" The man's eyes glinted, the shadows around them seeming to shift in sync with his words. "To take what you no longer need, to free you from the weight of your grief." David's mind spun, confusion clouding his thoughts. What was this man offering? What did he mean by freeing him? It all sounded so unreal. Yet as he looked at the man in the black suit, as the weight of the man's presence pressed down on him, a part of David wanted to believe. The grief, the sorrow, it was suffocating him. It was taking everything from him, inch by inch. He didn't know how much longer he could endure. "Do you want it?" The man's voice was suddenly so close, David could feel it on his skin. "Do you want to be free?" David's chest tightened, his thoughts racing. Could he? Could he really let go of the pain? Could he really allow himself to forget? It was tempting, too tempting. But then, with a clarity that felt almost like a warning, David realized something. This wasn't a simple offer. This wasn't a solution. There was a price to be paid. He took a step back, heart pounding, terror rising in his throat. "No," he said, his voice more certain now. I won't let you take it." The man in the black suit didn't flinch. His smile didn't falter. He simply nodded, as though expecting this reaction. "You will, eventually," he whispered, his voice slithering into the space between them. "You will." With that, he turned and began to fade into the darkness, his form flickering like a fading memory. The shadows stretched and pulled, following him, consuming the space where he had stood. David stood frozen, staring into the empty night, his body trembling as the last echo of the man's voice lingered in his ears. "You will." David couldn't sleep that night. The man in the black suit had left him with nothing but cold terror and a sense of looming inevitability. His thoughts were tangled, spinning in circles, unable to escape the phantom presence that had followed him back to the house. He tossed and turned in the dark, staring at the ceiling, his mind replaying every word, every movement of the figure. The smoothness of the man's voice, the glint in his eyes, it all echoed in David's skull. It was as if the man had marked him, claimed him in some way. Every creak of the house felt like the man's footsteps. Every gust of wind that howled outside seemed to carry the man's words. David's pulse raced, his heart never settling, his mind a whirlwind of panic and confusion. He had never believed in the supernatural. He had always mocked people who clung to such irrational fears. But this was different. This felt real, too real. The night dragged on, the oppressive silence weighing down on him. He hadn't dared to leave the house since the encounter. The air outside seemed thick with the man's presence, and each time he thought of stepping into the world beyond the door, a cold chill gripped his chest. But the night wasn't finished with him. The next morning, the sun barely rose above, the horizon casting long shadows over the house, but it was already too late. The sense of dread hadn't lifted, and David could feel the suffocating weight of it still hanging in the air. His phone vibrated on the table, the sound sharp in the otherwise quiet room. He glanced at it. An email, a subject line that seemed ordinary enough, yet it struck him like a blow to the gut. An invitation. He opened it with trembling hands. The text was simple, but chilling in its lack of detail. No subject name, no sender, just a brief message. You're invited. Meet me in the woods at dusk. The path will appear when you're ready. David blinked, his breath catching in his throat. He hadn't told anyone about his encounter. There was no way this could be a coincidence. The message was unmistakably from the man in the black suit. The offer he had made the night before was still fresh in David's mind, and now, it seemed, the man was calling him once more. He stared at the email, his heart hammering in his chest. The world outside seemed to grow quieter, the air thicker, as though the trees themselves were leaning in, waiting for him to make a choice. His hands shook as he hovered over the reply button. But before he could think of what to type, the phone buzzed again. Another message. It was from an unknown number. We all carry our burdens. I can help you with yours. I'm waiting. David's throat tightened. He hadn't responded to the first email, so how did the man, this entity, know about his deepest pain? It was as though the shadows themselves were aware of his grief, of the hollow space in his chest that nothing could fill. The offer was growing more insistent, more pressing. David could feel the weight of the decision bearing down on him, suffocating him. He wanted to shut the phone off, throw it into the corner, but his fingers were frozen, caught in the gravity of this supernatural pull. The woods were calling to him. The place where he had first seen the man, where his grief had collided with something far darker than he could understand. He had felt the man's power in the air that night, and now that power was reaching out to him again. David set the phone down slowly. His eyes flickered toward the door. The invitation was clear. He was being drawn back to the woods. He stood and walked to the front door, his mind spinning, his stomach a tight knot of dread and curiosity. He had to know more. He couldn't escape it. The man in the black suit was the key, the answer to all the questions that had been burning in his chest since his wife's death. The decision made itself. With every step toward the door, the weight of his grief pressed down harder, and he knew, deep in his bones, that he could not walk away from the invitation. He opened the door and stepped outside. The air was cooler now, the sky a muted grey, heavy with the promise of dusk. The trees stood tall, their branches reaching toward the sky like twisted hands. He glanced down at the ground, and there, at the edge of his property, the path appeared. The path was not there before, and yet here it was, a narrow, winding trail that led into the heart of the forest. It seemed to beckon him, the earth soft beneath his feet, as if it were urging him to follow. A dark, almost imperceptible mist curled at the edges of the path, and the trees seemed to lean in closer, their branches hanging low like the arms of waiting shadows. David stood there for a long moment, his body trembling, but he didn't turn back. He stepped forward, and the path seemed to unfold before him, drawing him in. With each step, the world behind him seemed to fall away, and the forest wrapped around him like a cocoon, isolating him from everything he had known. His thoughts were scattered, his heart thudding in his chest as the fog thickened. He had no choice but to walk. The deeper he went, the darker the woods became. The canopy above thickened, blocking out the faint light of the fading day. The wind picked up again, carrying with it the faintest of whispers, soft, unintelligible words that danced just out of reach of his understanding. The price. The price. The voice seemed to flicker in and out of the breeze, too quiet to grasp, but it filled him with a sense of foreboding. His pulse quickened, the chill in the air biting at his skin, and the shadows around him began to shift, moving in ways that were far too deliberate to be natural. It felt as though the forest itself was alive, breathing, watching him. After what felt like an eternity of walking, he came to a small clearing. The mist had thickened here, clinging to the ground like a blanket, and standing at the center of the clearing, in that same perfect black suit, was the man. David's breath caught in his throat. The man's face was still hidden beneath the brim of his hat, but his presence was undeniable. He stood taller than David had remembered, towering in the dim light, his form dark against the backdrop of the forest. He didn't move when David approached, didn't speak, but the air seemed to hum with the same eerie stillness as before. David's heart pounded in his chest as he came to a stop just a few feet away. The invitation had been clear. The man had been waiting for him. "You've come," the man said, his voice smooth and measured, as though nothing in the world could ever disturb its calm. David nodded, his throat tight. "I'm here," he whispered, his voice barely audible over the sound of his own heartbeat. The man's lips curled into a smile, but it wasn't a smile that offered comfort. It was a smile of knowing, of something much older and darker. "The path is before you," the man said, his hand stretching out, as though offering David a choice he didn't fully understand. "What you seek is yours, for the taking." David could feel the weight of the words settle on him, the gravity of what they meant, what he was being offered. The woods were thick with a strange tension now, the very air pregnant with anticipation. But there was something else, a sense of warning, a coldness that crept beneath his skin. The price. He took a step back, his instincts screaming at him to flee, but his feet refused to move. The man's smile deepened, and the shadows seemed to ripple around them both. "You will not be able to walk away," the man whispered, his voice now filled with an unmistakable power. "This is the point of no return." David's breath caught in his throat. He had come too far to turn back now, and yet a part of him knew that what lay ahead would cost him more than he could ever imagine. The man in the black suit stepped forward, his shadow stretching long and dark, reaching toward David's very soul. "You are ready," the man said softly, as the clearing around them seemed to fade into darkness. And David knew, deep down, that he was already lost. The woods had swallowed him whole, the mist clinging to his legs, wrapping around him like a death shroud. Every step David took felt heavier than the last. The clearing had vanished behind him, obscured by shadows that grew longer with each passing second. The path, which had once seemed so clear, was now hazy and indistinct. The faint whispers of the forest pressed into his ears, the words incomprehensible but unmistakably familiar, like fragments of dreams that teetered just beyond his grasp. The man in the black suit remained at his side, walking at an unnervingly slow pace. His presence loomed over David, like a shadow that had taken on a life of its own. The air felt heavier with each step they took deeper into the forest, the darkness settling in around them like an impenetrable cloak. David's mind raced, his heart hammering in his chest, but his feet refused to stop moving. The man's words echoed in his head. "You are ready." Ready for what? What was waiting for him in the depths of this cursed place? The sound of the man's footsteps was unnaturally quiet, as though he weren't even walking on solid ground. His gaze never wavered. From David, piercing, dark and knowing. It was as if he could read every thought, every fear, every fragment of doubt that flitted through David's mind. The weight of his grief, the hollow emptiness that had consumed him ever since Claire had passed, seemed to press in from all sides. It had been weeks since she had died, but it felt like a lifetime. His heart still ached with the memory of her laugh, her smile, the way she used to sit beside him on the couch, her hand warm in his. Those moments seemed so distant now, like a dream slipping through his fingers, impossible to grasp. But the man in the black suit had promised to take the pain away. He had promised to end the grief that held David captive, to rid him of the suffocating weight that had made every breath feel like an impossible task. David's chest tightened as he walked. What was the price, though? The man had said he needed David's consent. But what did that really mean? What did he want in exchange for his supposed mercy? The path ahead seemed to stretch on endlessly, the darkness growing thicker with every step until the air felt as though it were laced with something sinister, something ancient. The trees were close now, their twisted trunks looming like ancient sentinels, their branches reaching down like claws ready to drag him into the earth. And then, just as David thought he could take no more, the man in the black suit spoke again, his voice smooth and silky, echoing through the fog. "Do you know why you're here, David?" David swallowed, his throat dry. He didn't know what to say. He wanted to deny it, to tell the man that he wasn't lost, that he wasn't desperate enough to fall for whatever this was. But his heart betrayed him, thudding painfully against his chest, and he couldn't find the words. "Grief has a weight," the man continued, his voice low, almost hypnotic. "It's a weight that crushes the soul. It clouds the mind, darkens the heart. It makes everything impossible to see clearly. But I can help you with that. I can take the weight from you." David clenched his fists, trying to steady his racing mind. The man's words were so tempting, so soothing, like a balm to the raw wound that had torn open inside him. But there was something cold beneath them, something that he couldn't quite put his finger on, like the edge of a blade hidden under a velvet glove. "And in return," the man continued, his lips curling into that unsettling smile, "I ask only one thing." David's breath caught in his throat. Only one thing. What could it possibly be? His mind spun with possibilities, none of them pleasant. He opened his mouth to speak, but the words wouldn't come. His chest felt tight, as though the air itself was becoming too thick to breathe. "You've already lost so much, David," the man said, his voice slipping through the darkness like a serpent. "But you haven't yet lost enough. Not enough to truly understand the price of what you seek." The words twisted in David's mind, sending a chill down his spine. What was the man talking about? What was it that he had to lose? A flash of memory hit David like a wave. Claire's laugh, the way her eyes sparkled in the sunlight, the way her fingers had brushed against his as they sat on the porch together drinking coffee. How had it all slipped away so quickly? How had she been taken from him? The pain was so sharp it made his breath hitch. He could still feel her presence. like a ghost lingering at the edges of his awareness. But every time he tried to hold on to it, it slipped away. "Do you wish for her back?" The man's voice was like ice, sharp and cutting through the fog of David's thoughts. David stopped in his tracks, his breath catching in his throat. He didn't know how the man knew about Claire, about his grief. His hands shook as he gripped the edge of a nearby tree, trying to steady himself. His heart was beating so fast, it was as if it were about to explode in his chest. The man stepped closer, his movements smooth and deliberate. "I can bring her back, David. I can return her to you, as though she never left. But you must understand, what I offer isn't a gift. It comes with a cost." David's stomach lurched. He had been dreaming of this, dreaming of holding her again, of seeing her smile. He had imagined so many times that she would come back to him, that they would be together again. But the man's words made him hesitate. It comes with a cost. What did that mean? He looked at the man, his heart hammering in his chest. What kind of cost? The man's smile widened, and for the first time, David caught a glimpse of something behind the shadows of the man's face. Something dark, ancient, and far too knowing. "The cost is your soul, David. The cost is your humanity. When she returns, to you, she will be different." David recoiled, his body trembling. No, I can't," he started to say, but the man cut him off. "You already made your choice," the man said, his voice now cold, commanding. "You've already come this, for you sought my help, and you will accept the price. There is no going back from this." David felt the weight of the man's words settle over him like an iron shackle. He was trapped. There was no escape from this place, no way to undo the decision that had already been made. He had walked this path, step by step, ever since the night he had first seen the man in the black suit. The man stepped forward, his presence overwhelming, and placed a gloved hand on David's shoulder. It was a cold touch, one that seemed to seep into his skin, making him feel as though his very bones were freezing. "I will give you what you want," the man said, his voice soft but unyielding. "But you must accept the consequences." David's mind spun, the darkness closing in. He wanted to scream, to run, to tear away from the man and the forest, but his legs wouldn't move. His throat tightened and he couldn't breathe. There was a crushing weight on his chest, as if the forest itself was closing in on him, pressing him into the earth. He had come here for an answer, for relief from the unbearable weight of his grief. But now, standing in the heart of the forest with the man's cold touch on his shoulder, he realized that this was never about finding peace. It was about something far darker, something he could never escape. "You've already paid the price," the man whispered, his lips brushing against David's ear. "It was never about what you wanted. It was always about what I wanted." David's body went cold. His mind screamed for him to wake up, to run, to make it stop, but it was already too late. The man in the black suit smiled once more, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. And as the darkness pressed in on David, he understood too late that he had never truly had a choice. David's breath came in sharp, ragged gasps, his heart pounding in his chest like a drumbeat of impending doom. The forest around him seemed to shrink, the trees closing in, their gnarled limbs twisting and contorting like fingers grasping for him. Every breath felt heavier, more suffocating. His chest ached as if the very air had become a weight, pressing him down, holding him in place. The man in the black suit stood before him, his presence like an immovable mountain, a shadow that swallowed the light. David's body trembled as the man's cold, gloved hand rested on his shoulder. It was as if his skin were burning where the man touched him, a cold fire that seeped into his bones, chilling him from the inside out. His mind screamed for escape, but his feet were rooted to the ground. his legs unwilling to carry him away from this place. "Do you understand now, David?" The man's voice was a low murmur, as smooth and insistent as before. "You have already chosen. There is no turning back." David tried to speak, but his throat felt dry, constricted. The words wouldn't come. He wanted to deny it, to scream that this wasn't what he wanted, that he hadn't asked for any of this. He hadn't asked for Claire's death to tear his life apart. He hadn't asked for the relentless emptiness that had consumed him since her passing. But here he was, standing in the middle of a forest that seemed to pulse with malevolent life, facing the very thing he had feared and desired in equal measure. "Tell me, David," the man continued, his voice curling around him like smoke. "Do you know what it means to lose yourself? To surrender what makes you human for the sake of something that can never truly be returned?" David's legs felt weak, and his knees buckled, forcing him to sink to the ground. He wanted to plead with the man, to beg for mercy, but he knew it would be futile. He had walked into this trap willingly, step by step, until it had closed around him like the jaws of some monstrous beast. The man took a step back, and David looked up at him, his vision blurry from the sting of unshed tears. The shadowy figure before him was no longer just a man. There was something more about him, something ancient, something that seemed to transcend human form. His silhouette flickered in and out of the dim light, as if he were both here and not here, an apparition, a wraith. The trees seemed to bend around him, the very fabric of the world distorting in his presence. "You wanted her back," the man whispered. "You wanted her so badly that you would have done anything. You still would." David swallowed hard, his throat aching with the weight of truth. It was true. He had wanted Claire back more than anything in the world. He had been so lost in his grief that he had stopped caring about anything else. It had driven him to this place, to this moment of reckoning, where the price for his wish was finally being revealed. The man in the black suit slowly raised his hand, and for a moment David felt a strange pulling sensation, as if the very air was shifting around them. The ground beneath him seemed to tremble, and the shadows around them deepened, swallowing the fading light. The fog, thick and cloying, seemed to roll toward David, wrapping around him like a suffocating shroud. "Look," the man said softly, his voice a whisper in the wind. David's eyes darted to the place where the man's hand had pointed. At first, he saw nothing but darkness. But then, through the mist, a shape began to materialize. Faint, like a memory, like something half forgotten. He blinked, unable to process what he was seeing, but it became clearer with each passing second. It was Claire. David's breath caught in his throat. His heart stopped. She was standing before him, her back to him, her figure emerging from the mist. Her hair, long and dark, fluttered in the breeze. She was wearing the same dress she had worn the day she had died. Blue, her favorite color, the one she had worn when they had gone on their last walk together. The memory was so sharp, so vivid it was like she had never left. David's knees buckled, and he fell to the ground, his hands shaking uncontrollably. His vision blurred with tears, but he couldn't look away. He had dreamed of this moment for so long, imagined it countless times in his mind. But now, as she turned slowly to face him, he realized that the dream was far from the reality he had imagined. Her eyes were empty, cold, hollow, as if something vital had been ripped away. Her face, once warm and full of life, was now pale, almost lifeless. There was a slight tilt to her head, an unnatural stillness in her movements. Her lips parted, and she spoke, but it wasn't her voice. "David." Her voice was a hollow echo, distorted by the air itself. "Why did you leave me?" David's heart clenched. This wasn't her. This wasn't the woman he had loved, the one who had smiled at him, who had held him through his darkest times. This thing standing before him was something else, something twisted. "No," David gasped, his voice barely a whisper. "No, this isn't her." The man in the black suit's voice echoed in his mind. "You wanted her back, David. You sought her return. But what I offer is not what you think." Claire's figure stepped closer, and the emptiness in her eyes grew, as if she was sucking the life from him. Each step she took seemed to drain the very essence of the world around her. The fog thickened, swirling around her feet, the forest holding its breath as if it too feared what she had become. David tried to push himself up to run, but his limbs wouldn't respond. He felt paralyzed, locked in place by the sheer weight of what he was witnessing. "This is not her," he whispered again, louder this time. His voice was raw, desperate. "This is not my Claire." The figure that had once been his wife took another step forward, and with it, the cold, empty air that had surrounded her intensified, pressing down on David's chest like an iron weight. The world seemed to grow colder, darker, as if it too were dying in her presence. The shadows lengthened, curling around her form, pulling her closer to David with each agonizing moment. "What have you done to her?" David cried out, his voice breaking with grief and horror. "What have you done?" The thing that had once been Claire tilted her head at him, and this time, when she spoke, it wasn't just her voice. It was the voice of 100 whispers, 1,000 echoes, all of them tinged with malice. "You wanted me back," it said, its voice stretching and warping with every syllable. "But you didn't understand the cost." David tried to crawl away, his hands slipping on the damp earth, his legs trembling with the effort. But the figure reached out, her cold, lifeless hand grabbing his wrist with unnatural strength. He screamed, the sound of his own terror echoing in the silence of the forest, but it was swallowed by the shadows around him. The man in the black suit was standing behind him now, his eyes gleaming in the darkness. His smile had vanished, replaced by a look of quiet satisfaction. "You see, David," the man said softly, his voice carrying across the fog. "What you wanted was never going to be the same as what you lost. She is not the woman you remember. She never was. But you will have her again in a way you can't yet comprehend." David's chest tightened, his breath coming in gasps. He struggled against the thing that had once been his wife, but it was no use. Her grip was too strong, her cold fingers digging into his skin. The shadows of the forest pressed in around them, the trees seeming to bend and shift, as if they were closing in, watching, waiting for something to happen. And then, with a sudden, terrible clarity, David realized the truth. Claire wasn't coming back. The woman in front of him wasn't his wife. It couldn't be. The price he had paid had taken far more than just his soul. It had taken her humanity. It had taken everything that had made her real. The man in the black suit stepped forward, his voice ringing in David's ears. "The price is paid, David, and now you will live with the consequences." David's scream was swallowed by the night as the darkness around him deepened, as the last shreds of his hope were torn away, leaving nothing but the chilling, hollow presence of the thing that had once been Claire. And in that moment, David knew he was lost. David's body felt numb, as though his very soul had been pulled from him, leaving him adrift in a sea of darkness. The woman, or what had once been his wife, still held him by the wrist, her grip like ice, far too strong for her fragile appearance. Her face, once radiant with warmth, now seemed as though it had been drained of life, a blank, hollow shell that moved with an eerie, mechanical precision. The thing that had once been Claire tilted its head to the side, its lifeless eyes staring into David with an intensity that made his stomach twist. There was nothing human left in them. No warmth, no recognition, only a terrifying void that seemed to pull at the very fabric of his being. "Please," David gasped, his voice ragged, broken. He pulled at his wrist, but her grip only tightened, her fingers digging into his skin with an unnatural strength. "Please let me go. You're not her. You're not my Claire." The thing's lips curled into something that was almost a smile, though it was warped, twisted, unnatural. "I am hers, and I am yours now, forever." David's mind raced, panic flooding his chest. He had thought that bringing Claire back would end the grief, that it would be the answer to all the broken pieces of his soul. But this wasn't his wife. It couldn't be. His Claire had been kind, gentle, full of life. This thing standing before him was an abomination, a twisted mockery of the woman he had loved. "Why?" David's voice trembled, barely, more than a whisper. His throat felt like sandpaper, his chest tight with fear and disbelief. "Why did you do this? I never asked for this. I never wanted—" "You asked for her back." The thing's voice was now colder, sharper, a harsh rasp that sent a chill through David's spine. It spoke with the voice of Claire, but there was something wrong, something fundamentally off in the way it echoed through the empty forest. "And you will have her. You will have me. Forever." The man in the black suit stepped forward then, his silhouette looming over David like a towering shadow. His cold eyes glinted in the dim light, and though his smile never faltered, there was a hint of something more in the air now, a weight that settled heavily in the space between them. David's breath caught in his throat as he tried to push himself away from the thing that had once been Claire, but his body felt like lead. His hands trembled, and he barely had the strength to fight back. "You see?" the man said, his voice soft, almost soothing as he circled around David. "What you've done cannot be undone. You wanted her back, and now she is yours. But you didn't understand what that truly meant." David's stomach twisted. His eyes darted to the figure of Claire, her empty gaze locked on him, as if she were waiting for some kind of command. The woman who had once held him so tenderly, who had been the light of his life, now stood before him, hollow, lifeless, a shell of the person she had once been. "No," David choked out, his voice breaking as the weight of realization settled on him like a stone. "No, I didn't know. I wanted her back. I wanted to fix it." The man in the black suit stopped in front of David, his eyes gleaming in the darkness. "And you will fix it, David. But the price is steep. Do you see now? She cannot come back the way you remember her. The essence of who she was is lost, and in her place, you are left with something less." David's mind reeled, his thoughts a whirlwind of grief, anger, and desperation. His hands trembled as he looked at the thing standing before him, dressed in his wife's familiar features, but it was no longer her. It was something cold, something twisted. The bargain had been struck, but it had cost him far more than he could have imagined. The man in the black suit reached out and touched David's shoulder again, his cold fingers sending a wave of dread through him. "You asked for what you could not have, and now you must accept the consequences of that decision. There is no undoing it. You sought to change fate, to bring back what was lost, but the cost of that is always higher than one can pay." David's vision blurred with tears, but he didn't wipe them away. What was the point? They wouldn't bring Claire back. They wouldn't undo the damage he had done. The thing in front of him, the twisted mockery of his wife, was all that was left of her, and he had only himself to blame. The man in the black suit's smile widened as he saw the realization dawn in David's eyes. You wanted her to return. But I told you, what I offer is never what you expect. There is always a cost. David's mind felt like it was collapsing in on itself. He couldn't breathe. He couldn't think. He had wanted to bring her back, but now, he realized with sickening clarity that some things could never be fixed. Some losses were final, no matter how desperately one clung to them. Claire's empty eyes never left him. Her grip on his wrist was still tight, unyielding, but there was nothing in her eyes now. No love, no recognition, only an eerie, chilling emptiness. David tried to pull away again, but her fingers dug in even harder, and he felt the coldness of her touch seep deeper into his skin, draining the warmth from his body. His heart pounded in his chest as he struggled to break free. But the more he fought, the more he felt the weight of his own helplessness. "I didn't mean to," David cried, his voice raw with pain. "I didn't mean to. I just wanted her back. I couldn't live without her." The man in the black suit stepped closer, his presence overwhelming. He bent down until his face was inches from David's, his cold breath sending a shiver through David's spine. "You wanted her back. But what you didn't understand, David, is that the price for bringing someone back from the dead is not just your soul. It is everything you were, everything you could have been." David gasped, his eyes wide as the man's words sank in. The weight of it all crushed him. He had lost his humanity. He had given it away in exchange for a twisted parody of his wife. The man's smile faded, and for the first time, there was something almost pitying in his gaze. "You wanted the impossible, David, and now you will live with it. Forever." Claire, if it could still be called that, stepped closer, her hollow eyes now fixed on David. Her lips parted, and she spoke again, her voice distant and cold. "You wanted me back, but I am not yours anymore. I am his." David's body froze. The darkness around them seemed to deepen, the air thickening with a strange, suffocating energy. The shadows closed in on them, swallowing the light until there was nothing left but the sound of David's own breath, ragged and desperate. He wanted to scream. He wanted to run. But the air around him was too heavy, too oppressive. His limbs refused to move, as if the forest itself had trapped him in its web. "You have your wish," the man in the black suit said softly, almost gently. "But it is not the wish you thought you were making." David's thoughts were a chaotic blur. His heart, once full of love and warmth, now felt hollow, cold. He had tried to bring her back, but in doing so, he had destroyed everything. His soul, his humanity, his hope. And now, what was left of him was nothing more than a shell, bound to a twisted version of the woman he had loved, forever trapped in the darkness. The man in the black suit took one last step backward, his form dissolving into the shadows as though he had never been there at all. The forest fell silent. David was alone, alone with Claire, alone with the consequences of his own choices. The thing that had once been his wife moved toward him once more, its hollow gaze never leaving his face. There was no escape. There was no going back. And David knew in that final moment that he would live with the price of his bargain for all eternity. The world around David had become a living nightmare, a dream so twisted and malformed that he could hardly distinguish it from reality. He had no idea how much time had passed since that moment in the forest, since the thing that had once been. Claire had gripped his wrist and dragged him into this eternal torment. He couldn't say if it had been days, weeks, or months. All sense of time had vanished, lost in the overwhelming weight of his grief and the cold presence of what he had unleashed. David sat in the small, dimly lit room of the house, staring blankly at the walls. The once cozy space where Claire had once laughed and cooked meals, where they had sat together on the couch in the evening, now felt foreign. It was hollow, just like the thing that had once been his wife. The air was thick with an oppressive silence, broken only by the occasional creak of the house settling or the faint sound of wind outside. Even the wind seemed different now, too quiet, too empty. Claire's presence was constant. She was always there. The hollow version of her, pale, cold, her eyes empty, moved through the house like a ghost. She didn't speak, not unless David did first. When she did, it was a voice that sounded distant, mechanical, like it was coming from somewhere far, far away. There was no warmth, no familiarity. There was nothing of the woman he had known and loved. Her hand would often find his, and when it did, David would feel a strange numbness wash over him. It wasn't like her touch had once been, soft, warm, a reassurance of love and life. No, this was like ice. It drained him, made him feel smaller, weaker, as though her touch was feeding on his very essence. David shuddered at the thought, but it didn't matter. There was no escape. She was always there, her hollow form casting a shadow over every corner of his existence. They never went outside. David couldn't remember the last time he'd stepped into the sunlight. The world beyond the house felt as though it were no longer his to inhabit. The windows were always drawn tight, and the air inside seemed stale, suffocating. Every time David tried to push against the walls of the house to break free from the prison he had created, he found his strength slipping away. Something was weakening him, draining him in ways that made him feel like a shell of the person he once was. He could still feel it, an insidious pull, a quiet, gnawing force that seemed to come from the house itself, from Claire's cold touch. He couldn't think about it too much, or the panic would rise again, gnawing at the edges of his sanity. He had to focus, had to endure. But the quiet was maddening. It was as if the house itself had stopped living, stopped breathing. Every movement seemed to echo in the silence. Every thought, every feeling David had hung in the air, unfinished, tangled. One evening, if it was evening, it was hard to tell, the wind outside had picked up, howling against the walls of the house. It was one of those winds that seemed to carry something with it, something dangerous, something that made the hair on the back of David's neck stand on end. The shadows in the corners of the room seemed to grow deeper, pressing in on him, suffocating him. Claire had been sitting across from him, staring at him, her face unmoving, her eyes locked onto his with an intensity that made his skin crawl. Her mouth was slightly open, but no words came from it. Just the silence, thick and heavy. David couldn't stand it anymore. "Why?" he finally whispered, the word escaping before he could stop it. "Why are you like this? What have I done?" Claire's empty gaze never wavered, but when she spoke, her voice was a cold echo, a faraway whisper that seemed to travel through a void. "You wanted me back." David's chest tightened, his throat burned. He wanted to scream, but the scream wouldn't come. His breath grew shallow. The words hurt more than he could have anticipated. "I didn't want this," he gasped. "I didn't want this." Claire's head tilted to the side, the motion almost mechanical, like a marionette being pulled by invisible strings. There was no emotion in her expression, no flicker of recognition. She was an empty vessel. Her soul, her spirit had been lost. The man in the black suit had made sure of that. "You wanted me back," she repeated, her voice hollow and monotone. "You paid the price. This is the price." David recoiled, his eyes filling with tears. He didn't know whether he was angry, terrified, or simply exhausted by the weight of it all. He had been so sure, so desperate to fix everything. And now, all he had was this, This thing that walked like Claire, but wasn't Claire at all. "I made a mistake," he whispered, his voice breaking. "I thought I could fix it. I thought I could bring you back." The air in the room seemed to grow colder, and a strange, unsettling sensation washed over David, as if the walls of the house were pressing in on him, listening to his every word. The darkness in the corners of the room seemed to grow, twisting, into shapes that didn't belong, moving like shadows with minds of their own. Claire didn't respond. She simply stared at him with those empty, cold eyes. David could feel his sanity slipping, his grip on reality faltering. He could hear the whispers again, the same whispers from the woods, the same voice that had promised him everything and taken everything in return. The price. The price. The whispers seemed to fill his mind, growing louder, more insistent, until they consumed him completely. He couldn't shut them out, couldn't block them. They were in his mind, crawling through the cracks in his thoughts like rats, gnawing at his sense of self. David's breath quickened, his pulse racing as the room began to spin. He felt the weight of everything pressing down on him, the guilt, the regret, the despair. He had thought he was doing the right thing. He had thought that bringing Claire back would restore his life, but all it had done was destroy him. And now, as the darkness closed in, he realized something even worse. The man in the black suit had never promised him peace. He had promised him something far worse, an eternity of suffering bound to a shadow of what he had lost. There was no escape, no way out. The price he had paid wasn't just his soul. It was everything he had ever been. Everything he could have been. David didn't know how much time passed as he sat there, his mind unraveling. The whispers grew louder. His thoughts became a swirling vortex, spinning faster and faster until they collided in a chaotic mess of confusion and terror. And then, just when he thought he couldn't take any more, he felt the touch again. Claire's cold, empty fingers wrapped around his hand. But this time, it wasn't the strange numbness that had accompanied her touch before. This time it was something else. Something far more insidious. She was feeding on him. David's chest constricted, and a scream tore from his throat, but it was swallowed by the suffocating darkness that had claimed the room. The house, the forest, the very air around him. All of it seemed to close in, folding on itself until David felt as though he were drowning in it. The thing that had once been Claire pressed closer, her breath cold on his skin. And in that moment, David understood. This wasn't just a nightmare. This was his existence now, forever. The price was never meant to be paid in one moment. It was meant to be paid in an eternity of suffering, of hollow days, where even the memories of the ones he loved would be lost, twisted, and empty. David had wanted Claire back. But now, with her icy touch burning into his skin and the whispers of the price echoing through his soul, he realized the awful truth. He had never gotten her back at all. David's existence had become a rhythm of hollow, indistinguishable days, each one flowing into the next like a murky river of time that carried him further from the man he had once been. The world outside the house had ceased to exist in any meaningful way. The days passed, or so he assumed, but they felt like dreams, distant, fading, unreal. Inside these four walls, the air was thick with the weight of a decision made long ago, a decision that now chained him to a fate that he could never undo. Claire, if it could still be called Claire, was always there. She was never far from him, her presence a constant reminder of his failure, of the price he had paid. Her hollow eyes never left him, never ceased to watch him as though waiting for something. It was as if she had become a mirror to his torment, a living reflection of his own soul, twisted and bent beyond recognition. She didn't speak much. In fact, she barely spoke at all. The thing that had once been Claire was now an automaton, a shadow of the woman he had loved. She moved through the house in eerie silence, her every movement unnatural, as if she were being pulled by unseen strings. She would sit with him at meals, never eating, her eyes locked on his with that chilling emptiness that had become her only expression. It was as if she were watching him, studying him, observing his slow disintegration. David could feel it happening slowly, surely. The edges of his mind were fraying, unraveling piece by piece as the days blurred into one another. The whispers, too, had become louder, more insistent. They started softly, like the faintest murmurs on the edge of his hearing. But now, they were a constant hum in his ears, growing louder as if they were rising from the very walls of the house itself. The whispers spoke of the price he had paid. They spoke of the power of the man in the black suit, of the ancient forces that had been set into motion the moment David had asked for the impossible. They spoke of the erosion of his soul, how it was slipping away with each passing second, how every day he spent in this house, tethered to this thing that had once been Claire, was another step toward his own undoing. "You are lost," the voices would say. "You have given all that you are, all that you could have been." David would try to block them out, clutching at his head, squeezing his eyes shut. But they were always there. The walls of the house were alive with them. His every breath felt suffocating, every moment weighed down by the knowledge that he had irrevocably damned himself. And Claire, she never moved. She never left. Even when David tried to escape, tried to flee into the night, he would find himself drawn back to her, to the house. It was as if the house itself was a prison. No windows wide enough to escape through, no door that could open far enough to free him from the suffocating pull of his own choices. One evening, or perhaps it was night, David stood by the window, staring into the dense, unyielding darkness beyond. The house felt colder than it ever had, the chills seeping into his bones, a biting reminder of the hollow space where his heart had once been. He had tried to leave again, tried to run through the woods as he had that first night, but each time he tried, the darkness had folded around him, guiding him back to the house, to the thing that had once been Claire. He could feel her now, standing. Behind him, her hollow eyes fixed on his back, her breath icy against his skin. He could feel her watching him, studying him, as she always did. He knew in some deep, primal part of his soul that she would never leave him. Not until the price had been fully extracted. David turned slowly, his body moving like it was made of lead, his eyes meeting hers. There was no warmth in her gaze, no recognition, nothing that spoke of the woman he had loved, just a vacant stare as cold as the grave, as distant as the endless void. "Why won't you leave me?" David whispered, the question barely more than a breath. His voice was hoarse, raw from months, or was it years, of torment. "Why can't you just leave me alone?" The thing that had once been Claire took a slow, deliberate step toward him, her movement stiff, jerky, like a marionette. Her mouth parted, and for a brief moment, David thought he might hear her voice, the voice he had longed to hear for so long, the voice that was now just a shadow of itself. "I am yours," she said, her words hollow, distorted, like the sound of wind howling through an empty space. "I was yours to have, and now I am yours to keep." David's breath caught in his throat, and for a fleeting moment the air seemed to shift around him, as if the world itself were bending, collapsing inward. Her voice, cold, distant, carried with it a terrible finality. He felt something deep inside him stir, a feeling he couldn't quite name, but it filled him with dread. He could almost hear the sound of something breaking inside his chest, a shattering, as though the last remnants of his soul were slipping away, piece by piece. "You took me," she continued, her voice almost imperceptible. But there was something there, something like a faint echo of the woman he had loved. Now you will never be free, you cannot escape. The house groaned around them, the floorboards creaking as though the very foundations of the world were giving way. David stumbled backward, his hands outstretched as though he could push the darkness away. But it was everywhere. It was in the air, in the walls, in the eyes of the thing that had once been Claire. "You can't leave," she whispered, her lips barely moving. "Not anymore." David's heart raced as he backed away from her, his legs trembling, his mind spinning. He had to get out. He had to escape. But there was nowhere left to run. As the whispers grew louder, the darkness thicker, David's legs gave way beneath him, and he collapsed onto the floor, his body trembling, his hands clutching at his head. He could feel his mind slipping. He could feel himself eroding from the inside out, the pieces of his soul being slowly and methodically ripped away, bit by bit. The thing that had once been Claire moved closer, her cold fingers brushing against his cheek, her touch a final reminder of what he had lost. She wasn't Claire anymore. She couldn't be. She was an empty shell, a puppet, bound by the strings of a deal he had made, a deal with the darkness, with the man in the black suit. And now, there was no going back. The whispers, now louder than ever, filled David's mind completely. They told him the same things over and over, relentless, maddening. "You are lost! You are lost!" David squeezed his eyes shut, but it didn't stop them. They would never stop. He was lost. He had been lost the moment he made the decision to ask for the impossible. And now he was paying for it. The thing that had once been Claire stood above him, its hollow eyes locked onto his. Her hand pressed against his forehead, cold and suffocating. And David realized with horrible clarity that there was no escape. There never had been. And as the darkness closed in, he understood what the price had truly been. It wasn't just his soul. It was everything that made him human, everything that had been him, the man who had loved, who had hoped, who had dreamed. Now all that remained was a broken shell, bound forever to the hollow thing that had once been his wife. The cold was suffocating. It wrapped itself around David like a thick, inescapable fog, pressing into his skin and creeping into his bones. His breath came in short, ragged gasps, each inhale sharp and desperate, as if the very act of drawing air had become an impossibility. He felt heavy, as though the darkness had weight, anchoring him in place, trapping him in a space that stretched infinitely, but also felt suffocatingly small. It was the sensation of being inside a coffin, alive, but utterly entombed. David's eyes snapped open, but nothing had changed. The world around him remained unchanged, a blur of shadows and fog, all moving in sync with his pulse, each beat sending ripples through the ever-expanding void. His hands trembled, shaking from an exhaustion that reached into his very soul. There was no escape. The walls of the house had vanished long ago, absorbed by the dark. There was no light, no sound, except the distant, oppressive hum that seemed to vibrate in the pit of his stomach. The whispering had never stopped. It never would. "You wanted her back," the whispers murmured. "You wanted her. And now, you have her. Forever." David clutched his head with both hands, his fingers digging into his skull as if he could tear the sound away from his mind, as though he could excise the voices that had become his constant companions. But the more he tried to silence them, the louder they became. They didn't come from outside anymore. No, the voices were inside him, swirling in the empty spaces where his humanity used to reside, filling the hollow void he had created. The thing that had once been Claire was still there, always there, standing just at the edge of his vision, her empty eyes fixed on him with a coldness that could freeze the very air around him. It never moved, never needed to. Its presence was constant, suffocating, and its gaze never wavered, never blinked. It was as though she were waiting for something, something that David had no idea how to give, and perhaps didn't even want to. But still, her hollow form loomed, like a shadow cast over his every thought, his every breath. David felt sick to his stomach. He didn't know how much longer he could endure this. The house was endless now, stretching in every direction, twisting with each corner he turned. The walls seemed to close in and expand all at once, as if the very structure of the world had become malleable under the weight of his despair. He stood shakily, his legs unsteady, his mind foggy and fragmented. He wanted to move, to do something, but it was as if his body no longer obeyed him. He was a passenger in his own flesh, carried along by the remnants of a man who had once had control over his life. But that man, the man who had loved, who had laughed, who had lived, was no longer here. There was nothing left of him now but the hollow shell. David staggered toward the center of the room, his eyes drawn to the figure that had once been Claire. It was standing in the same place as it always did, its face unreadable, its presence heavy in the stagnant air. David could feel his legs trembling, his body betraying him. He couldn't tell if it was fear or the raw weight of despair that made his hands shake, but he couldn't stop it. "You don't belong here," he whispered, his voice hoarse and broken. "You don't belong here." The words echoed through the space, hollow and unconvincing. He had said them 1,000 times before, but they had never made a difference. Claire, no, whatever this was, never moved. It never responded to him. It was just there. David's eyes roamed the room, the world around him spinning, his vision blurring from the strain. There were no windows, no doors, no escape. "You wanted her back," the voices chanted again, now twisting, stretching across the room, warping David's very thoughts. "And you have her, forever." David wanted to scream. He wanted to shout, to demand an answer, to ask what it was that the man in the black suit had meant when he said there was no turning back. But his voice was lost, drowned out by the growing force of the whispers, the ever-tightening grip of the darkness. He closed his eyes, pressing his hands against his ears, but the sound was inside him now, inside his skull, inside his very soul. It was as if the void had become him, as if the hollow, the empty space, had devoured everything that made him who he was. "It's not too late. You can still have her back. You can still fix this." The voice was sweet, syrupy and smooth, just like the man in the black suit's voice had been when he had first met David in the woods. The same voice, the same tone, promising things that David wanted to believe, even though he knew better. He had seen what had happened. He had felt it. He had lived it. David's breath hitched in his throat as the words began to sink in, his mind fighting against the temptation. "She's not gone. You can make her whole again. You can fix it. Just take the offer." The offer. It was all coming back to him now. The man in the black suit, the terrible deal, the promise of freedom from his grief, the temptation of a world where Claire would never be lost to him. He had thought he could control it. He had believed he could turn back time. He had wanted the impossible. And now, standing in the middle of this suffocating, endless house, he understood the true cost of his actions. But there was no escape from this deal. There had never been a way out. The voices, still echoing in his mind, took on a new tone, urgent, insistent. They tore through his thoughts, slicing through the haze of confusion that had settled over him. The whispers were everywhere now, rising into a deafening roar. "You wanted her back, David. You have her now, and now you must pay the price." forever. David's chest tightened. The darkness was closing in. No, it was inside him now. He was part of it. He had always been part of it. There was no undoing the price he had paid, no reversing the damage he had done. He felt it then, his soul slipping away from him like sand through his fingers. His thoughts became fragmented, impossible to hold together. The memories of Claire, the warmth of her smile, the softness of her touch, the laughter they had shared, all of it began to fade, eroded by the void. Every piece of who he had been, every piece of what he had loved, was being consumed by the shadows. The room around him began to distort, the edges of reality warping as if the fabric of his existence were being torn apart. The thing that had once been Claire stepped closer, her cold, empty gaze never leaving him. She didn't speak. She didn't need to. Her presence, her unblinking stare was enough. And as the last vestiges of his humanity slipped away, David knew that he was lost. There was no coming back. There had never been a way to fix it. His soul was gone, swallowed by the very darkness he had sought to escape. All that was left was the cold, the void, and the hollow thing that had once been his wife, waiting for him to join her in the endless darkness. And then, finally, he understood. He was never going to be free. Not now, not ever. The price was not just his soul. It was his entire existence, his past, his future, his very self. He was bound to this place, to this thing that had once been Claire, forever. And in that moment, as the whispers crescendoed into a final deafening roar, David became nothing more than a hollow echo trapped in the void forever. The light was dim, muted and heavy, as if the very essence of day had been swallowed whole. David couldn't tell if it was morning, night, or something in between. Time, as he had once known it, was a distant, fading concept, like a childhood, memory too far gone to retrieve. It had been swallowed by the abyss, consumed by the slow, grinding erosion of his soul. The house, this place, was no longer just a structure of wood and stone. It had become his prison, a manifestation of his guilt and despair, a tangible expression of his eternal torment. Every room was suffused with a cold, oppressive air. No warmth could penetrate the frozen, stagnant silence that clung to the walls, like cobwebs. The shadows stretched long, twisting unnaturally, creeping into every corner. David's breath caught in his throat. He didn't know how long he had been here. Days, weeks, years, it hardly mattered. It all blurred together into a single, unending stretch of torment. His hands trembled as he reached out to steady himself, gripping the cold, smooth surface of the wall. He had been pacing again, endless, aimless wandering. His legs ached, but he hardly noticed. The pain no longer seemed to matter. Neither did the hunger, the thirst. He could feel the slow decay of his own body, the frailty of his flesh. But even that seemed insignificant. It was as though he was slowly being erased, one layer at a time. The thing that had once been Claire was still here, always here. It never left. It stood in the corner of the room, unmoving, its eyes locked on him with that same empty gaze, blank, hollow, as though the very idea of human emotion had been torn away, shredded to pieces. It wasn't a person anymore. It wasn't even human. It was a shell, a mere echo of what had once been, a twisted reflection of his darkest desires. "You wanted me back," it whispered, its voice soft and chilling, like the rustle of dry leaves in the wind. It didn't speak with the familiarity that Claire had once had. No, this voice was an empty imitation, a hollow mimicry of love and loss. "And now you have me." David shuddered at the sound of its voice. He could hear Claire's voice buried underneath it, muffled and far away. But it didn't matter. It could never be her again. This was the price he had paid. And yet, as he looked at the thing before him, there was a part of him, a sick, twisted part of him, that still longed for her. He had wanted her back so badly. He had been so desperate to erase the gaping hole of grief that had swallowed him whole after her death. He had thought that this thing was what he needed, but it was never what he had imagined. It was a lie that had been sold to him by the man in the black suit, that smooth voice full of promises and deceit. David's throat tightened. He couldn't speak. He didn't have the strength. His body had long since abandoned him. His muscles were weak, his limbs shaking, his heart struggling to beat beneath the weight of everything he had lost. He could feel himself unraveling, like thread being slowly pulled from the spool. "You can't run from me," the thing that had once been Claire said, its eyes dark and unblinking, its presence filling the room like a suffocating fog. "You can't escape me." David staggered backward, his pulse hammering in his ears. He felt the walls closing in around him, the oppressive silence tightening its grip. He stumbled, falling to his knees, unable to stop the cold sweat that slicked his skin, unable to stop the frantic pounding of his heart. "I didn't mean it," he gasped, the words tearing at his throat. But even as he said them, he knew it didn't matter. "I didn't mean to bring you back. I didn't know. I didn't understand." But there was no answer. There never was. There was only the thing in front of him, its cold eyes never leaving his face, the weight of its gaze pressing down on him like an anchor. "You asked for this," it whispered, and David could feel the weight of the words settle over him like lead. "You can't undo what's been done." The thing's words cut through him like a knife, deeper than any wound he had ever known. The truth of it clawed at him, leaving a bitter, choking taste in his mouth. His hands shook as he wiped his eyes, but it didn't change anything. It didn't change the fact that he had condemned himself to this existence. He had wanted to bring Claire back, but now he had lost everything. He had made a bargain, a deal with something far older, far darker than he had ever imagined. He had sought to reverse the laws of nature, to bring back the dead, to undo what could never be undone. And now, he was paying the price. Every breath, every second that ticked by in this empty, hollow house, he was paying for it. David couldn't take it anymore. His hands trembled as he pressed them against his skull, as though trying to hold his own thoughts together, to prevent them from slipping away into the abyss that had been carved into his soul. His mind was a fractured thing now, a puzzle with missing pieces. The whispers had been growing louder, more insistent, clawing their way into every crack and crevice, devouring his thoughts, tearing him apart from the inside. "You are mine." "Now!" the voice of the thing that had once been Claire said, and for the first time, David felt a flicker of recognition in her words. But it wasn't Claire speaking. No, this was something else. It was the dark force that had twisted her, that had twisted everything, and now it had him. "You asked for me, and now you will never be free." The world around David spun, tilting sideways, his legs giving out from beneath him as the weight of her words crushed him. He couldn't breathe. He couldn't move. His body had betrayed him. His mind was unraveling, fraying at the edges, pieces of it slipping into the black void. The house. It had become his world. The house. The void. The thing that had once been Claire. It was all there was now. Time no longer passed. It was endless. It was eternal. David could hear the whispers again, louder this time, rising up from the depths of his mind, filling him with a sense of doom, of finality. There was no escape. The deal had been struck. The price had been paid. There was nothing Left but the hollow, the endless dark, and the thing that had once been Claire, standing by his side, always waiting, always watching. In that moment, David understood. He had wanted her back so desperately, but what he had truly done was give up everything that made him human, his soul, his heart, his love. All of it had been drained, consumed by the price he had agreed to pay, and now there was no turning back. He was lost. He would always be lost. David closed his eyes, the last remnants of his thoughts slipping away, like sand through his fingers, the weight of the shadows pressing in on him from all sides. There was nothing left to hold on to. He had made his choice. He had asked for the impossible, and now the impossible had claimed him. And as the last shred of his humanity faded into the darkness, he realized the awful truth. He would never see the light again. David could feel the slow erosion of his mind, each passing moment like a relentless tide wearing down the cliffs of his consciousness. The shadows that had taken root in his heart grew longer with every breath, stretching further into the depths of his soul, as if they were claiming him piece by piece. He couldn't escape them, not now. He could barely remember the life he had lived before all of this, the laughter, the warmth, the human connections he had taken for granted. They were fading memories, slipping through his fingers like sand, and no matter how hard he reached, they were gone. The house, this terrible hollow place, was now the entirety of his world. It had swallowed him whole, and now it was all that existed. The walls seemed to breathe with him, pulsing with the rhythm of his heartbeat, thick with a presence he couldn't understand. It was suffocating, like being trapped inside a tomb made of the very air he breathed. The dim, oppressive light from the windows, which no longer let in the sun, cast everything in a permanent state of twilight. The world outside, if it still existed, was a distant dream. And Claire, the thing that had once been Claire, was with him always, unblinking, staring with those hollow eyes, always watching, never leaving. David didn't know what had happened to her, what this thing was that stood in front of him, always silent, always distant. It wasn't Claire anymore. The woman he had known was long gone, consumed by the very forces he had unleashed when he had made that fateful bargain. He had thought that bringing her back would somehow heal him, would erase the pain, the grief, but all it had done was pull him into an endless cycle of torment. Every night, every day, he could hear her, it, near him, in the next room, walking through the halls, her soft footsteps never faltering. But there were no sounds of life in her, no warmth, no laughter, just a cold, relentless presence that seemed to pull at the very fabric of his soul, reminding him that he had failed, that this was the price he had paid. He could still remember the man in the black suit, the one who had appeared to him in the woods that night, so confident in his promises, so smooth in his words. He had been so desperate, so lost in his grief. The man had spoken to him like he understood, like he knew exactly what David needed. "I can give you what you seek," the man had said, "but everything comes with a price." David had thought he understood that price. He thought it was a small thing, but now, standing in the endless twilight of his existence, David understood. The price wasn't just his soul. It wasn't just the death of everything he had been. No, the price was everything he could ever have been. It was his future, his potential, his ability to love, to feel, to be human. The thing that had once been Claire was not the woman he had loved. It was a shadow, a reflection, a broken fragment of something too far gone to ever be fixed. And worse, he had bound himself to it. The more time he spent in its presence, the more he felt his humanity slipping further away. David had tried to run, tried to escape, but there was nowhere left to go. The house had become the world. The boundaries of time and space had collapsed into this one suffocating place. The shadows in the corners of every room seemed to grow longer as he walked past, as if they were alive, reaching for him, hungry for whatever little was left of him, and always, always Claire. No, the thing that had once been Claire was there, her eyes fixed on him, empty and cold. It never spoke anymore. It didn't need to. Its presence alone was enough. It was like an anchor, pulling him deeper into the abyss. He had thought that he could fix things, that by returning to the past, he could undo the tragedy that had shaped his life. But all he had done was create a new endless tragedy, a world where there was no future, only a never-ending repetition of his own grief. One night, or was it day, David sat on the edge of the bed, staring into the void, his hands shaking. His mind felt like it was splintering, cracking under the pressure of the shadows, the whispers, the relentless presence of the thing that had once been Claire. He had tried to speak to it, to ask it questions, to somehow reason with it, but it never responded. There was nothing left to say. "You're not her," David whispered, his voice hoarse. He could feel the tears welling up in his eyes, but they were hollow now too. The grief that had once consumed him felt distant, as though it was someone else's sorrow. He had given so much to bring her back, and now he had lost everything in return. The thing, Claire, tilted its head, its eyes never leaving his, and David knew with a terrible certainty that it had heard him. It didn't need words to communicate. It never had. All it needed was its presence, its cold, unfeeling gaze, and that was enough to drive David to the brink of madness. And then, something shifted. It was so subtle that David almost missed it. The slightest change in the air, a shiver that ran down his spine like a whisper just out of reach. The thing that had once been Claire took a step forward. Not toward him, never toward him, but to the corner of the room where shadows seemed to writhe. It stopped, its body stiff and unnatural, as if it were being controlled by something else. The darkness seemed to shift in response, as though the room itself were alive, waiting for something to happen. David couldn't move. His body was frozen, trapped by a force that seemed beyond him. His breath caught in his throat, his pulse thudding in his ears as he watched the scene unfold before him. The thing that had once been Claire extended its hand toward the shadows, and the shadows seemed to ripple, distorting like water in a storm. Something stirred within them, something ancient, something far more powerful than anything David had ever encountered before. It was as though the darkness itself was awakening, responding to some call he could not understand. David's heart pounded in his chest, the fear consuming him. His body screamed for him to run, to flee from this unnatural scene, but his legs remained rooted to the floor. There was no escape. And then, as if the shadows had finally taken shape, something emerged. A figure, tall, imposing, cloaked in darkness, its form shifting like smoke. David couldn't make out its face, if it even had one, but the air around it was thick with power, an overwhelming, suffocating force that seemed to press down on his very soul. It was the same presence he had felt in the woods that night, the same sense of something ancient, something older than time itself, watching him with calculating eyes. The figure stepped forward, its presence looming like a storm on the horizon, and David realized, with a sickening lurch in his stomach, that it had always been there, watching, waiting. It had never left. The man in the black suit. "I see you've learned the true price," the voice came, smooth and rich like velvet and ice. "I see you've finally understood what it is you've lost. David could barely breathe. His chest felt tight, as though something invisible were squeezing the life out of him. "You thought you could undo it," the man's voice continued, each word like a blade slicing into David's heart. "But there is no undoing what has been done. You cannot bring her back. You cannot escape." The figure took another step, its shadow stretching long across the room, and David understood then. This was not just the end of his soul. It was the beginning of an eternity trapped in this place, with the thing that had once been Claire, and with the man in the black suit who had always been in control, who had always held the strings. David had thought he was in charge. He had thought he could make a choice, but it had never been his choice to make. "You're mine," the figure whispered, its voice now a low hum, vibrating through David's very bones. "You'll never leave. You'll never escape the chain. Not now. Not ever." David felt the weight of those words like chains wrapping around his limbs, like his very soul being bound to this endless night. He had made his choice long ago, and now he would live with it forever. And as the room plunged deeper into shadow, as the darkness swallowed him whole, David understood the truth. There was no freedom, not for him, not for Claire, not for anyone. The chain had been forged, and it would never break. David could feel it now, the suffocating weight of eternity pressing down on him. It was more than just a feeling. It was a presence, something palpable, like an invisible hand around his throat, choking off any last shred of resistance. He could still remember the warmth of the world outside, the sunlight on his face, the laughter, the love. But now, all of it had been swallowed by the endless twilight that surrounded him. The stillness that was so heavy it seemed to press against his chest, squeezing the air from his lungs. His breath came in shallow, desperate gasps as he stood in the center of the room, the house closing in around him, the walls growing closer, as if the very structure of his existence was collapsing inward. The thing that had once been Claire stood just beyond his reach, its hollow eyes fixed on him with that same vacant, relentless gaze. It never blinked, never moved except to follow him, its form an unyielding presence in the corner of his vision. It was a shadow now, a pale imitation of the woman he had loved, and yet in some sick, twisted way, he still longed for her. He had thought bringing her back would erase the pain, but instead it had only deepened the wound. He had wanted her to live again, to laugh again, to be whole again. But now he realized the terrible truth. There was no return from death. Not really. Not when you made deals with things like the man in the black suit. There was only endless darkness, endless emptiness. The air in the room grew colder, as though the very essence of life had been drained from it. It was an unnatural cold, one that sunk into David's bones, freezing him from the inside out. He tried to move, but his limbs felt stiff, like they no longer belonged to him, like he was being held together by invisible strings, bound to a body that was slowly falling apart. The shadows seemed to stretch longer with every passing second, the space around him warping, bending, as if reality itself had been altered. The walls seemed to pulse in time with his heartbeat, as though they were alive, breathing in tandem with him, feeding on his fear. "You wanted me back," the thing that had once been Claire whispered, its voice so quiet, so distant. "Now you have me." The words echoed in the empty space, and David felt them like a physical blow. He wanted to scream, to shout, to tear himself from the nightmare that had become his life, but his voice caught in his throat, trapped in a body that refused to respond. There was nothing left of him to fight with. There was nothing left to fight for. The thing that had once been Claire, was all he had left, and it would never be enough. He could feel the slow, gnawing emptiness in his chest, the hollow pit where his heart had once been. And the more he thought about it, the more he realized he was becoming just like it. Just like her, empty, hollow, broken. The room grew darker, the shadows thickening like oil, seeping into every corner, wrapping themselves around him like tendrils. The whispers were back, louder now, more insistent. They came from every direction, from inside his head, from outside the room, from the very walls. They clawed at his sanity, pulling at the fraying edges of his mind, unraveling him further with each passing second. "You belong to me now," the man in the black suit's voice whispered through the growing darkness, his words cutting through David's thoughts like a blade. "You've always belonged to me." David's knees buckled, and he fell to the floor with a sharp, agonized gasp. His hands trembled as he gripped the cold, unyielding floorboards beneath him. His head spun, the room tilting at strange angles, and for a moment he felt as if he were falling, as if the very ground beneath him was giving way. But when he opened his eyes, the world remained still. The room was the same, the shadows were the same. The thing that had once been Claire was still standing in the corner, its eyes fixed on him with that unblinking stare. David dragged himself across the floor, his hands scraping against the rough wood, desperate to move, desperate to escape. But there was no escape. There was no escape from this. The walls of the house were closing in, the air growing thicker, the very essence of the room warping and shifting like a living thing. The house was alive now, and it had claimed him. It had always claimed him. And then, from the darkest corner of the room, from the deepest recesses of his shattered mind, a voice, the voice, spoke again, its presence filling the room, its power overwhelming. "You've made your choice, David," it said, its voice like honey, sweet but deadly. "You asked for this." David felt the words sink into his very bones, an icy grip that held him fast, that froze him in place. There was no escaping it. There was no denying it. The price had been paid, and there was no undoing what had been done. The man in the black suit had known all along. He had known that David would come to him, that David would give in to the darkness, that he would sacrifice everything for a chance to undo the past. But the past could never be undone. And David had made the fatal mistake of believing it could. David felt his mind splintering, his consciousness cracking under the weight of the truth. The chains had always been there, binding him to this fate. The price had been steep, but it had been exacted in full. And now all that remained was the endless cycle, the endless repetition of his own regret. There was no redemption, no escape, no way back. The thing that had once been Claire moved closer, its cold fingers brushing against David's face. The touch sent a shock through him, icy and numbing, as if it were draining the last vestiges of warmth from his body. He tried to pull away, but he was paralyzed, held captive by the weight of his own choices, by the horror of what he had done. And then, as the thing's touch lingered on his skin, something shifted. The shadows seemed to shudder, as if the very fabric of the room were shaking in response to the presence of the man in the black suit. The floor trembled beneath him, and David's eyes widened in terror. He could feel the dark power swirling around him, pushing against the walls of the house, suffocating him. It was as if the world itself were collapsing, the very reality bending, breaking under the force of the curse he had bound himself to. "This is the cost," the voice spoke again, now clear and resonant in the air. "This is the price you pay for seeking the impossible, and it will never end. You will never be free." The shadows closed in, and the room seemed to fold around him, the walls stretching and twisting as if they were alive. David could feel himself being drawn into the dark, into the suffocating blackness that swallowed everything. He wanted to scream, but the sound was lost in the depths of the void. And then, as his vision blurred and the darkness claimed him completely, He realized the final, terrible truth. There would be no light, no hope, no escape. This was his eternity. This was his punishment. The cycle would never end. The price had been paid, and David would remain in the darkness forever.